can you go? Which country can you go to and go do galamsey there? It shows the weakness of our system. That foreigners will come into our country, go into our forest reserve, and then our water that are clean, and they will mine in the water and pollute the water, and we are looking on playing politics with it. Any politician, any chief, anybody in our water bodies and polluting because of the money for their pocket, and our systems are being poisoned. May God kill them first. And we have the army, we have the military, and we can't enter the forest and arrest these people and stop all forms of galamsey. We can't do it. It means that we ourselves, we are inside and we have interest and we are lining our pockets. And anybody here who is in galamsey, get ready to die first. Our waters have become Milo. Milo is mass murder. This is stupidity and nonsensical. And when I see Chinese people carrying guns and they have corded off the area of the galamsey and they are now threatening our citizenry from not coming to stop them, and you see our military men. These military men are also there, and they have also expressed interest. So this government must not fail the Ghanaians people. This government, because the previous government, they toy with our river bodies and they have fun. This new government, they should rise up and do the work. They should deport all foreigners, Chinese, whatever, all those who are polluted. They should deport, they should arrest them, deport them. The word I hate to cry in my life is that your friend is saying galamsey there, and you best stop here, and me and you won't best stop. Am I in galamsey? How do I stop galamsey? Am I in the army? It means that the people who can stop it, the military, the police, they should do their work. I'm a pastor, I'm preaching. The best I can do is what I am saying, that this is mass murder, it is genocide, it is killing our children, and it must be stopped, and it must be stopped now.
Fuel prices are maybe and external issues be na ekoso crude price ekoso a ye translate eba hasema fuel prices koso no e kire se Akufo-Addo aban no enitima na heartless never can say oni akoma oni do ha amagana for enti na ono no de ya osore ano increase fuel price no koya koka say o na de enti ono wo kasa na ye say Ghana a net exporter actually say export oil ni bi crude na export ni bi enti no say prices ne kosro a ye benefit ye nyamfa so enti samfa so no ade enti na Akufo-Addo abaya o nitima onfa bi enso Ghana for asene say price the buffer na okowie no ka say o akwa say Akufo-Addo abaya ne de omo ni ideas bi abiu the manage Ghana fuel prices wa obi we ye referee enyamba pitch no kwa no abo ben say pre start you na fuel prices could see now omo enya sa idea we from the beginning Russia Ukraine war no what can that be because we know it took us by surprise. Just surprise. But what I say, everybody knew what was happening, and then we had the benefit. Now, okay, say a MPA boss in the Educhi, I can say, oh, there was some 5 weeks be, and none of the young call them to the details. Say, yeah, I will create okay until Okunimu the in Adia. Okay, from that time on, what's the government doing? And then no more. ABC no, then no more. Asha Madina Babe doom pepen so we. Afe ena president or then say good it say oh ade
in now would same why Bank of Ghana decided
exactly or reserves so reserves now one and yes a good dem say wo som no say bosomo sika would you see say
yes
asem to a and I say ohu kire wa obekwa akofa de aye bibi so what you say it is our reserves no MPP for $9 billion approximately and by the end of 2025
dollar reserve
no gold can you can reserves are above or dollars or gold and other, because the reserves is sika, but you can keep it in different assets.
Okay.
So it can be in gold, it can be in dollars, it can be in other things. What do I measure on as? So Ninja na 8.9 and the MPP and the NDC by the end of 2025 a 13 point something ya make was $1 billion. But our reserves net down it be good and it be your Bruni sika dollars. What am I saying? Now or maybe especially middle income countries obia wo susu dua bi odi ato wo say misika ya da wo as my reserves dodo was saying that was say cash dollars da me account mu because Bank of Ghana no so ho bank so I will save with them or your investment with them. So you say dodo was saying so na was say me see no gold mu. So what am I say? The general practice is that middle income countries they keep 20% of their reserves in gold.
That's the standard.
The general practice. It is not a rule, but that is the general practice. You can Google it. More Google. Can I say at AI Bekachero? That's the general practice. In fact, there are even advanced economies like China, or more or less than 10% of their reserves in gold. Don't want cash. What do you want to say? But it is believed that or reserves maybe will gold more, and I'm saying gold because I cash will be invested. We invest here, we be 4%, 5%. So, but say you gold net our gold will be 10%, 15%. Last year gold cost more than 50%. So the return when the reserve is in gold, higher, and that is why somebody will say any our reserves and then I want from to gold instead of dollar because dollar will not give you. But the key thing is a gold, Obroni say ne buono e volatile chese and ne buono betimi akosoro one day per e betimi atia aba from hwi and say we a middle income country to say Ghana or reserves are wo nyina no sa asem sisi e betimi ahwe 5 months 5.9 months and e betimi ahwe there is a sikana e da woni so are you getting my point? Na se sikana dodo na ye in gold wa. Se gold bo ne ba from hwia or reserves no so beti say bam. Are you getting my point? So Bank of Ghana for a strategic asset allocation analysis sometime 2021-2022. And omu say Ghana, middle income country, I buy a reserve siswasano. Usually, I buy when I buy reserves, I do 5.7, 5.9 months. Can usually a reserves here 3 months. Traditional reserves. Yeah, your reserves, was it you keep turn gold moon, adults were 10%. So the 20% we've been doing in Ukraine, I was so chain what Bank of Ghana's
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye Ekosiisen ye Bonsoir wo Minisempa de brane mama Obi som Oriwa Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie Oriwa Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Obi ne bado biba Obibo Obiba Ode Desemba na bo Obi ne bado biba Obibo Obi ne bado
Asempa FM. Check with your time, 30 minutes after 2 on a Monday afternoon, the 4th day of May, 2026. We appreciate the fact that you make time to watch us every weekday. Not just watch, but also listen to us on your radio. Yedamunyana say emamunyana kwaba. Edemoba Ekosiisen so high Asempa FM. If you sabe kopim say nunsia ne fa ebebo yatena say e de Ekosiisen dwumedie no ebremo. We are live from our national studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra, and thank you for always making this choice. Edamunyana say oh, Tomo. And Patrick Osayajiman, countryman songo. No, we're brutal. We're brutal. Okay, the Kasago Mike, the Kasago Mike. Na so BBI oboko.
Nyamiso. As long as we be at Michel Agin.
Yes. Now was my day.
Oh, interview now with the sports minister and brutal.
Oh, I'm Kofi Adams there.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
At a point, I'm busy. But me yen I'm seeing no one send away ubusa hono. Oh, and some more.
Yeah, some more.
Don't say. Oh no, and yet say bia. Obey nevels by way of TBA no ma BSC da.
Yeah.
In TBA. Obey EBA man up prepare why be
yeah.
Obey taking the cool. Now I hope he said BBA
normal.
BBNC.
But this of our home boy and so chess and your mabit mark normal.
Dabi. I'm on for the Enkasa. I believe I cross. Hey, yeah, come let them go for so they are. Umuma, they are really Kakana. I'm on for Tikasa. Oh, yes. Because, and yes, BB say, but BB uncle no master. It's passe. I say, I don't know where people interest lies. It may be, let me say, whoever they can fit, let him wait. But maybe like our journalists, sports journalists, will be especially. Meaning, baby, you may interest because there are so many things that air cost also motivation here to Tuni Nanka. BBSCC or Blasters will be a tournament after tournament, and Yebiano. And CCBM. I say, you know, I don't know whether when Ebia, why young can want them to swan and no my I just don't, but I don't see it that way. You got it because first it started by the budget, so I deco. Utina make a say, and
doesn't they were him? Well, say budget the crowd
it doesn't mean to watch the match.
Oh, but say if they call Qatar, we know your Tesla, then a positive
and Yentis was a Yentis. Oh, 3 matches so crowd catch him is already $6 million over and never bought 3 matches and on what today. So tell me.
No, that's
first 3 matches.
Yeah, composite.
No, what I'm saying is even first 3 matches. Who catch him say first 3 matches will be to me the over $6 million about. They are what is and to me I mean to swasem and you know say patrol what there. But you make us a politics stats economics and normal the only say afibia ni munsemo anamboa.
Yes.
E be at that time you know. Maybe a high and maybe a average. Maybe at that time, no. This time maybe a low dollar. Be a fibia nisanya dollar. It's a heavy. So that's it. Maybe a year we know. Maybe I'm coming in say be about 20 million. Year we maybe a 10 million. I feel maybe a economy somni senia we are see koye. You got it. Maybe. See, in all, no, your man no man yet transparent. Mimi dear pa.
But largely, no, Kofi Adams has been transparent.
Would know if a Blasters coach recently interviewed me Boa Basu say, Nisikan say, what I say, also Kwaba. They are only Kansas. I check to all mother. Oh, yes. Oh, media, Mimi sided them who say. Oh, mother, on that money, no. Until I make a Sikano can say less, but a bit my more. Nisumit say more, and so why. You see, that is why it calls for speculation. Say no man can be saying that this speculation is the banner. So that's it. You got it.
If you are suffering, I know my
can you say, Nankano, but I know catch you so check it.
Also, negotiations. No,
Bibia can be ano, and yet no assembly. Obi 4 months, no month be a would say salary and then that single aspect of the salary and your composition of the salary. But in the monthly pay, no guano, we say a Naden or who say less. So who say less, dear, then only. Sikano do what you say the moment one say less no composition of that money now all can say okay can no more boom one say the salary no less meaning say you know the
thing of which I criticizing the sports authorities. It's too much. A coach bahana kasa and a sika come here kasa.
You do light to
me odarama and then the sound here. Let me David, it's too much. More cars here who the moyo. Yeah, at least here can you improve me. More car.
Now almost 1 can every day.
It's too much. What she buy a new nasa. Now tata.
That sounds a coach.
Fire. Well, you don't have fail, you fire. The coach on Magana. Coach, you bet me I can't for just 43 days in Kowini Camp. It's not possible. It's not possible. Mona Mosias Mamano say, work up when I'm with Fine. But more pesado do. Mujina coach council from the one about
na me asem na
this point. Why?
Say Otuado wo ho no. Now so Otuado nye coach papa. Yemfa coach papa mra. Coach we so ba mate say Songo keka say na onye obi asa onya de sa.
It is yango for one mra, yango for one. Your coach Manchester City no yango for mra. Ana yango for de coach Arsenal mra. Ana yango for de owo na I don't get it. There's football guy who is senior sports journalist. In fact, your tools are fresh sports analysts in we are. They be out of invitation, man. Or them the man that special attention because over years, over time, he's been part of the process that distinguished award-winning sports journalists for Ghana countlessly.
Yes.
I don't know input no enti me mo ma fe no de baby edu no because you akoma ko di blaster chi odu akoma di blaster chi bibia da won ma uka ebem but de bia da no na say yanku an say yanku ana we mu da ba mi ka chiro ko fire you fire for fire ada yes just 43 days no coach ni fan ko ji work abomre ana
fire
oti hanum say and now as we talk the definition for a year even coach, Sika the man, no, say, or they are not be able to me. Number 2, as we speak now,
yes,
after Nankasakrano, and then I'm a few pim after the technical people. What all these years? It took a year. Adom FM.
Yes.
And you raise his eye should buy through Odo Safo.
Yes.
And then Semuna kissing. Did they be Adamo attack? Wales are local league. It has never been attractive. And if you coach your baby, moment for support any eternity. It doesn't stop you from asking as usual your relevant and it doesn't stop you.
Oreku ya no my. But me anam say me pe onu mabusa. Say Otuado nya papa.
Oh.
Carlos Queiroz say Carlos Hwan no. Ono so why oden.
Oh, more fire. I wish say ka me question of Busalo said your my see color some no.
You will fire you when you will fire you
first no man pay. President Mahama say
oh, no coach is him. Me tell me your question. No coach is please, coach, you can't settle you. If you ask a coach, if you don't know, this is Ghana. You man with the blaster will fire you. But the coach on the one anyway. Coach, you cry all back row, Bianco, Chiano Crow. Was a protocol measure. People two was a 3 years and 1 minute. Hey, but I'm so good about my teaching power.
Now I'm going to try the horses.
Oh, you see, we should also appreciate where he has come from all these years. Ota Okodra, Nimirika de so you feel, or draw attention from something. Ananka you pay attention. Say okay, for once, guy, not just the noise that he is making, but in seminar Okikano, it is building the black stars that we are. It is a Okachem say Georgia Free frustrated or desperate for power. Obi on 1996. Ghana team a Kobo Ball Japan. Oh no, who's to Omudomo Fat Town and Mama Muska crash of 1996. Georgia Free. How do you describe such a person as a frustrated person or a successful person? The Antiana sometimes Songo Diana Babem say, why you don't so no crackano, every facet of our life. It will not for sports, no, you suffer politics, you suffer health, you suffer road. Because young forces now say Captain Planter. They be no just sports to talk about them. Because there are a lot of compromises. Because sports world no team now. A lot of compromises. It will not just Minister Bia person be din komo. Every person be din komo. O look for how no ban. It's a Bia no kwa no kana o dem sunko sa. It is a one you don't want you compromise and then be part of the crowd. It's kudos. But I'm saying that especially this coach. Na say unya dia. Unti we nya basketball over 10 times. And then go there.
Yeah.
It's a no one should tell you that modern born aye ni so me baby how many say no sports authorities no they don't see akumana ono because all the nyina say sika e ko football mu no we have to what is there to show now some you know born top fan bibia wia sika e ko mu e ma so kaye ja no badminton hockey e dia ja no nyina say da ko say ball bom no oya no asa atwa adwa ko say alaji mu guru sa time and mu go through Milo championship ni sa no ni eyi nipa enye based on partisanship enye based on baby a free
merit
it will merit now dey continue no merit how dey ban e tira o say o ko si aka ma Ghana o ko si aka market o kreku na o man ni Because there are instances where he's raised issue about Dreams FC. Ketokeku, Waba, Bibia, Dreams. Also, one conflict of interest within them. Into Okasa, Obey Tanfo. Media read them by and be appeased on fun and might, and then they who be and Takuchi. Because, okay, count one Casa. Now I'm sharing an old Borrega. I started to go Borrega 22 minutes. That time, you know, what you Borrega no come more fire. No, bet more fire. Fire. No, me young coupon more fire. We are not sacking coach in Abacosem. I have a G2 Abacosem, the super. By your friend Jajo, the over blast. Was it coach Cup in 1980? Miss Smith, I am part. You can come Abacosema. If you are there, so you're better. But we party. Miss Sandon, let me say that. Some go say, and yes, I walk deputy coach. I'm Alex Ferguson. And I'm saying, it is your coach, my party. That's what we make. No, they can't go back. No, there is no. But yes, you see, I believe. Because the other result, they were not open. Say, a confirm no case or $200,000. I'll be fast in Tiana. Then you say, coach, what you saying? And then I'm about big show. It's only Dodgy. There be a down room on any say, you $100,000. And a Kofi Adams by Yebusa, no. Or say on Timing, because negotiations no money. But I don't know, salary dear. Oh, see you, until I make it to say the figure. Salary figure no. Yeah, but no, so no. The question is who are now then? There be say on money to transparency. One on say president. Obisa question say na no politics here jay no no jay dey nika. Because obi, yes here per DC for Ketia, your prime minister. Adentia, ya ma caterer, ya ma gardener, ya ma security. Bi na quantify and say bosu bi a o je bi 20,000 Ghana cedi. And I want to perform no. Because when him scar coach, he be na coach $10,000. Now money $10,000 I also on perform. I would know what to say. So in American, it is or say coach in Isikan or Kwabanka, Mijidi say by this time there. And Kawabaka, so also Kwako Chekiaba. So, but by this time on Kai, and I the taxpayers man. You must have your money as a state secret. Surprise. Also, on my payino, I can't say. On your transparency, or the can specific on a blasters. Any F4 Asama President Mahama Kaya no. This is a Kofi Adams who catch us budget for the tournament or the abetu $16 million. Yeah, they call. And now make us first round. And you qualify from first round as I scanning in I be sign Enya from FIFA. Into what Robbie. No, the sound means I say not on your review. Make me no big car. Me say na kata. Enti wo mo dia no do so na we grab from. Obi the three matches was over $6 million. What fun it and the problem behind you call the next stage now. You best spend $22 million. Problem behind you. That is a sungo. Also, can a trust I say 3 matches $6 million over. But what's the problem with that? Because Wabema breakdown say FIFA be provided in Niane, the ama teams Nina. But you need me, my players need to FIFA Diana. Oh, in the end, FA, now I'm in this kind of it was about Yen and then say FIFA provided at the animal countries no be provided it. But who say, wow, what Cup no but 3 matches I will feel mono. There be our expenditure and other expenses. Or final budget more than Obia. But this year, yes, sir. But this year, yes, what I'm telling you is that this year, no, there seems to be an improvement. You think that money is okay? No, that money is not okay. Would quantify the compare we are the next level. You work up, I boom and I prefer almost as 6 million. Why can't they use 4 million to also do that? Now, some new man, and yet. I'm not only to and almost more budget no, I agree with you. Better than Mama Giatum say, who 6 million over for 3 matches. No, who didn't clone in a person. Because I don't know. The coach here,
kuro aye no mu ko hia wo World Cup na obia nim ne ko sika de man aye normal thing. It shouldn't be a big deal. Aye no omani na etua. You see, Obi, see, I can say be Obi the over 6 million, I say 6 million about 3 matches. And just say you can't do that, oh. But even look at our team. Winning team there. A team there. How are we winning? What in America to us? It's how Okasi Ben Wadiani Befa Kukuno, Ebiko Kukuno, no say a man 1 city. Obetima catches a Kukuno man 3 city. Esosona and 3 city. Those things are part of a no man's Yama, Yahubida. Oh, so one ama transparency now. Before the connoisseur sustain your chassis and no maybe oh ye be uncontabuno, a mudawa, Okoba, ye jitum, and who say yes. Nuclubia daddy or baby. It is a
no call sports ministry.
Yes,
the amount for donation. They said Ibrahim Mudi, no, I don't know call Ebeko Ministry of Finance for the and normally sponsor supporters do more upload.
And you see, update update how many times no more update on that. Sika Omujiji, how many times no more update?
But what's the latest on Sky for the Black Stars? We are 42 or 43 days. 38. Correct. What's the latest?
But point of correction, has can for the Black Stars.
No, I'm saying the Black Stars. What is the latest? I don't know. Black Stars. We don't know. Okay, to now Black Stars.
The last time Oba studio happened, I say Omonia almost $20 million. Omo budget is almost $35 million. No, much me the supporters close to 800 ako. Or more air ticket, or more travel arrangement, hotel, Diane, Bibia account. Now, or more the Omako. Or more targeted 35, so many are almost 20. And now we are say Ibrahim Mahama, engineers and planners, $5 million. Omako could say $2 million. And other agencies.
What does $80 for more Ghana?
Oh, that's not Oman. The World Cup in US of
South Africa for so
one thing, my problem, Kaka, and they say
finally.
Shall be to say, yeah, and you say, Bia. Obi tan blasters nana obi sheda bi mpese coach be perform and say empanyfo ni be faili Ghana for I'm a journalist me ko tournament na me no okuma kre kan wasemi ye ko tournament e bi ekuru no kura me first time am awura
no
as a journalist me pese me hu kuru no so
yes
me pese me country e bo more than 3 matches
sure
because we are more than 3 matches
over fientem
so that enti ye be kwa aya na me expect say ye be say ye no ma wo fie ansan yakọ oh ye do tournament na tia se na ya na ye colleagues no e pese Ghana e hye ko na nim no ya na me hu ni say na mo peni say na ma ya hye ye hu ye wo fie because obi wo de ye hwe previous tournament be for the past 5-6 years. You bought 3 matches near film, you bought 3 matches near film. And anytime we can sit down to correct our mistakes. And I had journalists for no.
Because journalism is human crime.
You record no crime, you record other Cameroon for Morocco for Nigeria for West Yawomo, na African Cup or Cameroon. Na Ghana bought 3 matches near film. What I say now, woman which Yawoma debate near say. Adiana Woka. So yes, you are proud in it be say Ghana tournament. Near Timmy Ide, do semi-finals because the moment I catch semi-finals one day, you do or die. And they all fight for the final slot. No?
Yes.
And I win your final slot, no, so the end of final match, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Or Paonkofa, if you are the players in Amra. Ooh, good coach. I wanna any players focus no at the system Nasia. Coaching and what is at stake. That is where you can also do something for your country. And I'll be to my winning. But
Kofi Adam said, "O mama coach no target semi-finals. See, a bit me do semi-finals.
Oh, ma be semi-final target in the Sika Samun country. Better than me, I'm keeping the coach on his toes. If you are in your mind, so what's me family support my coach, you know. coach a me de me support o ma no
unim
sika ye di tua ne kasa sika me say bia me de anka wo kura de ana committee ase a public fund. That is my problem here. A public fund.
Okay.
O see timiti ase ni ye hu ni nyina di support ni tachiri coach no me di kan ka chen say o man hwe o ma o meka no nwa hia nyina wo press conference na ase no o mo ne sire kama but o feli o mu nyina be fa ya no.
Oh sure.
Oh, and that was the first
time. I'm on a 4-month contract.
You see, yes. What me manaya where?
I said you done it.
Send you near there when you go for a moment, Tito, and Chay, almost coach, experience, you have pedigree. What do you man in tom from? O cartoon be on Bayano. Oklano wouldn't know cartoons.
It's your best 11. You first match was of a players bay.
Champion, Yenibi.
Oh, are you serious about that?
No, and what? Now players when I'll be
I'm a prepper.
Why? Who plays way?
Is your we semenya player?
I didn't know.
It's a party could use your market.
Oh, no one out in the Cobon Fifio.
On what can
they don't think about Kudus? When you say this is our problem. The white man will not be thinking about Kudus right now.
At this point.
Any serious country will not be thinking about 38 more days to go to World Cup. Any serious country will not be thinking about Kudus. No.
Because you see, I will and Oba only enough game time to win the World Cup. On your be see a day need to like a star man. No. And he said, we semenya. Part any jiku defender.
Say one person
why Jordan? Oh, Jordan now
the experienced stage one. I get you. On the Blasters, and a national team sometimes o club no wouldn't ball, but a boo national team.
Yeah,
very good.
Yeah,
what me be national team. We also on a club or a good power or national team. Yeah, Troka. So on that score.
Jordan for
me guy be now no inaki no baby
inaki mu nyina ni sa Ghana hoden no
inaki be but
obaye when was the last time I won no Blasters match
any coach obaye say on go World Cup ni
na me kan mi busaw asem say
obekobi
onye fit
and obekobi and tete me ba inaki wo bono play during the season was about but maybe say when was the last time I won Blasters?
Oh no, this trip the team near
when was the last time I won Inaki or Blasters JC? Because the player need to me more Blasters no African soil and our Blasters matches with me more World Cup do bet match JC aboana.
Na Atigizi was one
hey now until Mbuta say goalkeepers no why. Say goalkeeper but he has to do it.
No be didn't be
but he has to do it. Now Oba catch me say coach ni experience okuta pedigree. Coach ni who so Blasters coach be other everybody to shut up and just move and say hey coach you are the best you are a champion menya dey give me the players to deliver semi-finals
no 2006 2010 2014 2018 yanko Russia any 2022 we any World Cup ayebe kwa as far as the team is concerned no
because yan tia samuye yetik obi anta obi anse obi adwuma we are only keeping people on their toes very professional nipa bet my mistake and so you can talk to your brother Sebio if you are saying it another time and as he say near queen but those in authority no afan say obi no obi your personal problem when you are talking about Ghana any Ghana football any Ghana sports na any na be we say obi any one time otuado yen na last minute obi ehun say coach ni nya de
Otwade yetie wontem krank yi su
tika hono na ka wo be hihye wo benya coach no wo hihye team no but this time no wo hu say wo some call team me bo na me kan me bo so a good coach and him how to call players to put them together na system be ya adwuma
you have a case
that is
I think as a country no man my attention a call budget for the tournament budget here they support than the team
and that is why I'm asking you say kona wo kono what should team no na wo ko won kona wo pesca
so na mo ka say kudi agro am for
I was what the pedigree experience coach
I agree ɛdɛ mo fa papa na so nkotra ben se Rojamila nka we
why did I
mo fa na ka se Rojamila
last 15 you see one certain where utimi ya oya me pedi ebi ya me pedi de aye ebi se me pedi de aye utimi wo hwe o kan ntimi ya enko senka eni bank ye hu se tim bi egina ho no chese wo mu mabọ awie no mu film no ke bi o mu de yakoji adwenkyere no wo mu ana say experience no but we are calling on the day because o hwe current tim nipa be 16 17 obetima abobo aten wo mu nyina
no ni hu hia pa o me so mo yu se Rojamila last 50 we dey make o pia go baby ajaye
obi that say
minutes
na ultimate more best 6 solid players 7 solid players 8 solid players
7 solid players ultimate more
blasters
akwa
na nso awahye ni tirifita na ogire before na za akwa de wasache obi e o waka ni tirifita na ogire whatsapp too much whatsapp too much on tell me hey minia I'm sorry
obi tina say don't worry
obi ya the ball for in chema ni ten nko obo se ka digira
obi or a professional footballer libi but obi swear sala who player just what ten Jesus Christ obi na obi ado akwalo ya jalo akwakura osibo o ma jalo
sibo na ni ten nko automatic graga aso be bu be wi ne daf no I say kwada da
am si o mutimi jalo akwala I just obo kikra
no me ba
yes na
Inisia goalkeeper goalkeepers train there me ni confi wo bi am
now ti o mu kwa ni goalkeepers anti ni mo Ghana enu ni problem
o di Holland
oh papa proper scouting
asare ne heart keeper no
yankuya ni mo ni o ten the bench ne o kura no o mu believe in China no but I say o mu kan o mu nka agbesi bi na ya mu kan o mu believe so mu agbesi kura China ba say we na wo blasters ni finally baby o do no say project no
no it is goalkeeping department is a major issue over defense this is I say yi ba o guy almost a cat player ya Ghana for attempting Baba Rama is
25 years ago
oh that but see how we pick form
Mituwasio
Greece on one so bobo
Greece Mituwasio
that's no but under did you dream so no bad
senior player the day is senior
I'm a senior so be a senior no we bobo so be a senior just we bobo
Rojamila crab boy you
it's your mind argument in a solid
now who confirm Baba Rama ba o say for the day last 15 minutes e be kwa team na hoja obi ani wo na de den kwa de obeyen kwa keke
ne o man hene kwa bena sante
ne kure ne wo ka
na de original form ne san ya no ye ya nto ma ye
na ani ye team na ani ye team ye team money pa be 5 ye team money pa be 5
defense jiku ho ena ye friend say Sibo ndo ya midfield defender ya off
body did it ya
Salisu
enemlem o boss Salisu din one so recover from injuries akwa no wo kini Salisu na Salisu no kwade no offer blasters Jesus well it was
a defense that kaji kungo
nti also went me am akwa no se no ho no akwa bi no se
on the bobo on the sawa
nti abi no na we ba o si de mo wait me body na se de so league matters o si wait me
the number 2 ne dey as I solve hope
obi
o calibrate ndo ni bobo calibrate
no number 2
but at least 2
na da bia wo ba ye ho kire ye kan
no say you know say obejina baby a sibo jina na
afi na wo kasa
sibo calibrate no
afi na wo afi de wo si sibo na tene afi tie
na Pentecost sofo ba nso ni bobo
obi
Pentecost sofo ba ya o ya midfield e kra friend
tie
bobo Dominic Pentecost sofo ba e friend
wa bobo di ye modini ma
Elisa ondo ni bobo ondo ni bobo
na make asem
ondo ni bobo
tie this type
of say they also Kobe Elisa ondo ni bobo
11 players na e problem
11 me catch na
11 who say e players
o
kudus yentime fa ya honto ne so nuama ne so afi na waba back from injury over 1 year after waba back. Pate
doubt to be an uncle World Cup.
Anything is possible. It is a virtually new team. And the Beko. But when him announce no man announce the Magic Cup number.
Aha, but and only a proper administration.
Did your mains and
it's our can would you body in Keke? As to one corner, no, yeah, 1.51, AG21, Germany for no credit chain, who Germany for no, yeah, 1 year German man, Tino Common in the line. When I yes to near fire 1 year, so 1 year German man, 18 woman in Muno. To come in the line and calculate 2 1s and near this.
World Cup we here. In terms of team, we may probably have the weakest team in the whole tournament.
What I'm saying is, so we will be your talent. You only look for the talent.
Talent.
The person just a Ghana or talent, local and international.
But local league assembly bar.
And almost what blasters in the local. How me foreign Bob and
no medium.
Wine.
I'm saying, when the mission say. Oh boys, blasters foreign guys. Yeah,
and I'm seeing local players on wine.
They are there, local boys in here.
They are there,
apart
from left TBR.
And we are lying. Media may be all. Kotoko wine. So to me, as our boys, I get a Castle was saying. Me body then I will get a local talent on to bet me. I mean, to bet me. No, but one person
media meno say
Obi Pacho, who say you perceive the local players in 5 Ekofra. One Obiano.
Unyabi.
Local players 5. Omo
Kwasa me pick
tobo. Yeah, come on, more exposure.
Maybe and
foreign base
local players 5.
You lie.
First 11. World Cup.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Give me my phone. Names, boys. Boys, you put 2 names together.
Local league. Local players 5. Black Stars World Cup.
Yes, now
5.
Foreign base players, no, and then foreign base player. Your born in also a son or son. How many? You can't say Blasters 11. Empo won't mean to do today. Goalkeeper who see when be defender who boba ko peduku. Now who two no telekura wunyai. Nampo abenya for so what are you telling me? One more approach and the ball be an umobo.
Kotoko has go for your more a from league from Samatex nations. Let me
5
I encourage you.
What was see on the FIFA? You bet me say local league no all the players free mobile. FIFA will scabia dema teams now players nifino. Okay. It even by virtue of the fact say has player back one. Heart benyesika boombi after the World Cup from FIFA. I be boy sports development in Ghana. And we can decide say okay 26 players near they call World Cup. Okay. And you will be an Bobby. Okay. In the 5 local players with your mark. Now in anticipation say clubs benya says cano and invest in the clubs fine. But you are telling me say 5 local players are Black Stars in England.
Ekobobola.
Yeah, Kwakobo match World Cup. 5 players or more starting against England. No. What are you talking about?
You can't say no. They are also playing professional league here.
No quality.
They will give you that quality. Even some more quality. Our foreign base players is more quality. We've seen your foreign base players. They just represent against Austria. Listen, when you blend the local talent, Ghana or talent. Ghana or footballers for me talent. and as a talented players. That is it. They are not doing proper scouting.
Players in breaking ball.
You are lying. It is not everybody. You are lying. Now, our blasters, the players, no, nipa say the team breaking ball, papa. Me busa foreign based players.
All this conversation.
I'm also asking you. I'm also asking you. Foreign based players in the being out here. Oh my, me to be here. Baby, bobo. And your brooch be an average. Oh my. Your brooch be an a bobo papa bia. That's why I say you're playing qua brooch. Your brooch be an average. That is why Blaster is struggling. Boys in your countries here. Boys in your baby and you consume bo. And we and Kuye. But when we invite two more blasters, we can see the Austria boys from boy. Woman in your foreign base place. Said the way you're exposing woman. I said they can't even pass. Dummy. They are only a foreign base place. I was saying.
Songo, we a proponent, advocate, Emma local players. Me say, league ya boy. But stand out players five far.
Me boy. Fine. Me boy.
Why
names?
Why the color be in Chinoya?
Oh yeah, under Black Stars. Obeko. And Obo2, no. Oh, he's a very good. He's probably the most the solid player in our team. Yeah, he's good. He's good. Oh man, your local league, the standard any level, no. Yeah. In your World Cup.
Messi, and as how foreign based players, so actually say they are not world club players, Papa. They are my blasters. They have not improved blasters. Foreign based players are never blasters. They have not improved blasters. Only the blasters are bought yet. Anytime blasters will even win a match, we are sitting on tentacles. Anytime blasters but win a match, we are not even happy. We are not comfortable. Blasters best. ASM lose. What force why you are bought raw? And these are the foreign based players. You claim so many bit about World Cup. And no one team improve the blasters. These are foreign based players. So which is which?
Team share Nigeria. Team blaster team.
I'm about draw.
Osimhen, yeah, I went to my friend.
Dabio.
Yeah,
the players are me share league, you know, Kakra. Met me you my PA. Alex Boate center back. Ediana FC.
So young fellas watching and
Master, yes. Me can't catch on. Mena Michel League. Mena me catch on my career.
Songo Mate.
Opa, Diana was what? No, I see more players. You shouldn't tell me that. Young Fanco. So best Salatio. I have players. Yes, I'm not here. Kikawahano. No Francis Aban, center back. One super heart of Lions.
Francis Aban.
Yes. Yes, when you see these boys, talent, you know,
names when I Obo.
Yes.
Obo names when we inform
some say they are good. Yes. You catch them say local boys, Mimodin. Yes, me boka come and call it from the phone. You should understand me. Me come in Maba. Atabuate or your forward, baby any go stars. Yes, you keep you men disrespect boys. They are also playing professionally. You're footballers. They can do it. Yes, let me tell you. There's one Salim Adams.
I need your lefty.
That boy, dear lefty. Salim Adams. Salim Adams. Please, I beg your pardon.
Salim Adams no World Cup Robert Match na
Bobby. Na wo bo Sibo kura Robert Bobby. Sibo no obo real Oviedo omo re no. Omo ko relegation. Wo gina wo du baby a ni ama no starting du baby a ye ma no. Omo kura Robert Bobby. The same thing. Sana tie to aso. Now pa Aminu Dramani. Local boy. Obobo. Emma Blasters. No,
2006.
What me don't call Debbie. Some of us force a champion to be which some two go be so a champion. but a local boy, Sheila Iliasu, a bench in the World Cup.
Yes,
Life. I will come back to you to tell you that they are not giving our boys the chance. If they give the local boys that support,
the point.
boy no, and when you say when you have a players, what are you telling me? They are local boys. Maybe we are players in it. Now if it's a local boys, we have talent.
In 2005,
yes,
the Ghana League in 2005,
powerful league,
and the Ghana League now.
Difference,
and the Ghana League, maybe I want to say Ghana League, no, Muji, we are seeing now Champions League, and I'm without.
No.
And so then why you say
the level of competition at the time?
Excuse me. You will never. Maybe LED blasters. Then why didn't that time on the pitch? So you didn't allow Beton to lead the blasters?
We have not paid
why didn't do that?
Our local players,
yes,
including
when you give them the chance.
Time Eric Bequin won the form.
Yes.
You had a certain Samuel.
And you can pay him, you can help him. You can also take him there. England, the phone strikers, so you also bring him out. Add up. Addition is good. Let me tell you, good addition is good. Add up. You can't disrespect our local boys. They are very good guys.
I'm not disrespecting.
But you are telling me they can't play World Cup. Who told you that? Sila Iliasu bench Samuel Sekufo, and you at that time you never accepted it.
Who told you?
Oh, mechanical Tama over Sila Iliasu will bench Samuel Sekufo. You were afraid. Missing Oslo Itamu who said yes, coach na bench was Sekufo. I'm a Sila Iliasu Bono. Oslo by Iliasu prove something good. And boy, left back Habib, yeah. No can face her.
Yeah.
That boy, with all this foreign left back and here, Habib was able to take it over.
Yeah.
And no local league now.
And listen,
so it is talent. Talent. Let's Ghana with talent. Look at the talent room. Give them that exposure. Give them that vim. Confident. Why is it that your both friendly matches blasters? Your both certain matches blasters, and you can allow the local boys to play and a china no asama the chance the next day no asama the chance, but they don't do that. They only take them there without even a chance. But foreign base player now one yard no obetima man better chances, better 10 to play blasters matches at what so allow the local talent so that chance and then a bit develop it. You can tell me sir I should write off all local boys. Oh, local league I have not finished. I want to add up the boys. They are local boys. Oh no, I'm not finished. They are good local boys who can play these blasters. What are you telling me? So foreign boys oh wallahi Adai
Songo
we mo obi ana wa broche oni mbobo obi ana wa broche oni mbobo
ya that's
boben ko mu nim se wo mu broche ni mbobo no ba kabadistan blaster da biye wo no by you
Songo medase
me dey akọ ye dey nsa to abro dey
ya pentokwa boni ya ko kan tokwa boni pa Songo no I think you've done well. I mean but if Obia would doubt about local players, I think you've given a good case for them. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
I'll check out on the Mediema, but this Mediema left guy make a work.
Oh, you good, yeah.
Only Bob, papa.
Obi any.
No, on the Bob. That's why I don't make her from day one.
This Hilbert Gewu.
Yeah, Kotoko guy, the boss short. Hilbert Gewu. He's also
that boy needs a coach just to tell him what to do. Tisanto Yamano mo start here now. Also, Okutasa ko bi menu mo la lai. Also, we hear good coach just to push you. You need the coach to push you. You are not
Manchester.
But coach you see the thing and Ebiani courage say you are good. Debi Akari catch and say you are good. You are best. You are that. Push forward. And you understand? You need a good coach. That's one thing too.
All right.
Now Kotoko striker better Amuakrano Mobua Womunanko by this time striking position one can go. Wako fat boy be or tete toys Urefi. Friendly match and Wobi.
Yes.
Boy ya no tete toy striker. No. Oh tete toy.
One day I say on your bad.
Oh tete toy. Aha. And so Kauma no chance no asama Kotoko better. Amu no chance no to no so akotete atoni are. Sani ya no. What are you telling me? When you are not managing players, certain people that you won't get influence in, you don't want to allow them.
Very well.
Oh, we don't do that.
But man, Kobe Menu do ni bobo. Ah, o kaso on
Obi, what did you fetch?
Weze will be the current Ghana Football Association Technical Director, Professor Minta. Na Professor Minta no technical director. Na nye broni bi no, omapa no. Okay, stated after the unveiling of the new code that the standard of our local league is not high enough to give local players a realistic chance of earning a place in the Black Stars. And I think it's a bitter truth. We have to.
Hey, do you know Professor Minta? You are
technical director.
Technical director of Ghana. Something technical director of Ghana football. Professor Mintano
okay.
At the end, local boys can do it. Local talent can do it. In the past, local talent, so they can do it.
Okay.
If local talent can do it, why are you telling me? And I will catch Ghana for say last one. I don't know who catch Ghana for say the house goalkeeper no hey best than Atizigi and Co. Is he a foreign talent? But he is now keeping the post. On the batwa qualify and so meboa and one and never on a shot on my quad on Asempa. On my local talent in ya. When we say local goalkeeper here, one man on a shot man a table.
I'm on the phone.
And a babu boy, local league man.
Local players.
I don't know who said local goalkeeper. Who saw a papa with local league. And I'm not coming on any. And I'm a sister, baby, I know about one woman on a shot. And you look up for ya. So there is no intelligent local player or ball. So I'll goalkeeper and shot man a chair. And you're a free goalkeeper. I'm asking you this question. Charlie, let's not fool ourselves. Honestly speaking.
A critical look at
the local league.
Fundamental. The fact that Ghana has said, Omuntia says, proper way of running football, no more say,
yes.
And you know more yet.
Okay.
They should understand it.
Okay.
Senior, other countries in the woman excess almost proper way they want us to be. They should do it.
Salim guy no American League na MLS no. Ehokra went to me and
anything is possible. Obi catch any pan say coach na no catch any pan MLS
na for cancer
obi betimi akọ and America enye babu won so akọ kopie wo kipia na fa eti catch any say coach no the World Cup no was 19 goals wa conceding 19 goals catch no coach no World Cup World Cup why they we winning 4 we draw 4 catch no we lose 8 coach now we friend say we experience and why
that's no fire that's is our budget time
conversation
Bank of Ghana
dear to the heart of Ghanaians. Media kakra bi a meka and say so udi 15 hours wa Accra Kumasi Road. We have to be serious. 15 hours Accra Kumasi Road. We have to be serious.
15 hours.
Yeah. 11 hours, 15 hours. We have to be serious. Number 2, your major health facility.
Okay, so we have to be serious. I mean, say,
of course.
Because Obi sende me the first budget statement for Honorable Atofo. That was the 2025 budget.
So budget statement. We can go as far back as
we put it yes on my breakdown on overpass so say They no almost more baby edudu.
Indeed, we no 15-11 hours on Accra Kumasi. It's a shame to all of us. It's 1 year a man or some your mind for no taking hard positions on matters of this sort.
We should take it easy. Way. We are the expressway can also be done.
It's because of a blame. I'll do that rush and then I'm admit that number 2, your hospital facilities no. Mestre. Yenhena yeninkohuyi. Nipa ye adwuma ho ene tebia ewomu na nkasa. For instance, weekend minya adaje ko 37 Rich and then Kolebu. Ukudu Kolebu na notebook e dawo kakraka sei. Na esi obi free mu a ni atro ni din notebook. Obi free mu no ni atro ni din. Notebook na tete apansam basa. Kolebu ukwa na esi obi a free mu no. Na atro ni na ko accident wo na ko hwe no bed a moje tu obi obetima ye nia ye de share offers ye papa ye maami omo de da form sa, you know. And then that issue of any payable in Srahwe no omo de da car park form sa no. Yes, let's relook at it. Mo ye ni 37 omo mu ade dodo na nurse for omo mu hwe omo kasa I took time omo mu hwe dodo na Rage there bibia break it down or Rage it will me anje bre na Kolebu kwa na make away no. Now this facility, this Saturday and Sunday, that's what I did. Mr. Bebri. Now, essence will be this uncommon. Mestre. The NDC has never been and will never be spokesperson for the Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana should be worried that they've allowed politics to be a part of the daily exercise of Moye. So now no da. They were kojo upon Kromamo the Cabe Sway through Bank of Ghana. Edin Chima who do in Abba and Antiase as Ghana this year. And nay. Is it a profit-making institution or a loss-making institution? It is more nice at Chaskilena, ya boy, one besine. Emphasis on so papa biambre, or Maya the only response to and Yoma ye di hun common ateni. That's where we are now. It is now news fella. There's something like the kind.
Yes.
That repressiveness under this administration, something different altogether. We should be worried. So, person Kasama, and why do you show a better should be going to Fansana?
From the self sense.
Why do you do that? What did Mestre, and if the likes of something like the Mu HSA, this uncle, based on your moon, your mocking kind, and since when? And after the old bachelor, what you said will be chair and maybe a criminal and no abe a taboo. None the crack said the energy minister and Swakano. Say, your 2 and a money be, you will pay you a work in progress. Mama, you know, I answer, Mestre of Penino, and also the commentaries in Bohonma, you know, TT, Prophet Drew, yeah, Mestre, Kofio Drew, Mestre, and say, sometimes meaning, untimika say exuberance, but sometimes on your measured. Oh, there be the community to teach you for can you so what I say and said the OCD community in Honma and Anna Emania home tina session kakra. So what was your for?
I mean, who answer a few moments later into a Mokofa video be. I don't know Kasa in 2024. Well, Anna Obi or criticize it
whether a few moments later or not. Misana Umpu, they form a bunch of revered people in society.
Yeah.
Even if you are criticizing them, you are measured, but you can always plead with them.
Sure.
Say a show musudi and komo. Tinano dano. Asem krona I see no. Say na kwabna santikai.
Yes.
E de na ene de. Kwabna santi pese osisa asem no e kwa asefofo. It's when I hear some of these CSOs revered ones a put up a defense for a loss.
Yes.
Now I can't hear the yen the enye.
And wait your mom say
now to me the idea 53 about 23. And no process na fair muno. And the cano but you want to justify at this point to say a cana mema bonnet dear. It's say Mr. 2 at this point I'm they call 3.2 or whatever and plus other matters and they're okay. Bank of Ghana should be worried because Obi me ko jinim dieno. For the first time in Krata I met Tabontino. Dom Kessie Timi Kunya Aya press conference. Is it authentic?
That's problematic.
Is it authentic? Is it an NDC Bank of Ghana or an MPP Bank of Ghana? And the money extremely dangerous. They say the current governor interview or granted joy on this basis of losses during the MPP time.
Yeah.
We now have to sit down as a country and look at Sanamuntua Yetututua and Shada Emma Sanoman Intimini. Yes, what we know, we will put it across. But you say,
no, we're brutal. We're brutal.
Make me a subject to sue to be a lawyer penua. So all cases will be a brutal interpretation. Sometimes a verbal abuse and as a defamation. And
Governor Anthony attending can Ekosiisen swimming. Ma yentie we emra ba honorable Kojo Pon Kromatna say Yaneno Bedi and Komoya ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee in Ghana's Parliament. Enra on the address a press conference on behalf of the Minority Caucus in Parliament. The audited report of Bank of Ghana Monioma Akoso in the year 2025 doso ewokroma nti we are getting into the real issue. Stay with us.
Achedie kesie o Electroland Ghana Limited die ye mamo achedie kesie for our loyal customers o because your loyalty deserves more ye mamo achedie kesie pa big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electroland die #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media and Nasco Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *928*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Your trustworthy friend. Your trustworthy friend. Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Now, again, I obey or that for my son,
Oh, Miss Entry, also, ya rea titi be ben fipi, now so, ni yamun yonoda, semicho no who moto me unoshia, ebe young
Meaning, say, what also time for Hexa capsules, any Hexa mixture, Yanum Kutia or Sanubia Mano Anum, and can what on dada, also Drodi, and one Hexa capsules, any Hexa mixture.
And communing,
also a kura, a toy funo, any and sunumu, etina we funo ekikawa, what do you want any, also it to me, Emma, we cheko, a bra wedi di every. So how a also there, compare Hexa capsules, any Hexa mixture, nanum boom, now ever told.
Predidua toa, ko okanshi drug lane, Kumasi Dani Hebal, Takradi AA Mensa, Anafre 020-3822-855. Appeal for about Tanya Wama on Mofano for any Mofra when you feed me no encounter. Haxa capsules, any mixture.
All Satan for FDA Aji Edwedian.
Syntax Tango! Syntax, strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break when the rain they fall. Still no shake, builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start.
Hello, lady in the Waka 3. I may hear what's out Salmon for what you just said.
My hi, your friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na your fan travel to me bio.
And I'm a crop for was to say me free fee.
Hello?
customer experience, you're blocking my account. Mr. Mami, pin number, and I'm blocking.
Mr. Click a link with text message. I send you one of the Sierra. Now upgrade one for your ATM services for fraud. Now, when I'm in the Jewel, Hopa, no one hour click a can and send no more journey.
Count no cray, like play. Won't crow bit me out of science and feed him.
Bon Hubai, I say EcoBank in free and I send you email and I message in Miss our PIN, OTP, bank card, and I Ghana card was sent. Now winning now, EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Sasso, every mosquito study run away. Tonton preko, sasso, isi kume tonton preko. Tonton preko, sasso, kum tonton preko. Nani sham ne die edemu stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Africa beauty,
Deep pepper preko. Deep purple. It is a wood for mackerel. I would do Now what of Africa queen mackerel? The witch will do keke. No punk.
Na last year massive afraid jai Asempa from UCF Sunday 30th May Havana Bayer Day Tama Bayer Day why and edge UEFA Champions League no get ready Asempa from UCF Sunday yes match no Giants Christian no na ye boss watola eti mark date no calendar so 30th May ye shout Havana Asempa from UCF Sunday powered by Adum FM only Adum TV Mekuasu yasene Nasco bring home happiness soccer bet your best bet for sports betting. The digital if you did Kiss condom. Start with Kiss condoms and go smooth with Kiss strawberry gel. The Havana Park and Restaurant. Great tradition, great entertainment. TSTV. Feel every moment.
Asempa FM. This is the
Asempa FM so ne yɛde mu nyina asese matwen yɛn ama yakɔ asan so ababio medi di osai bonsu ekosiisen so na wasugu so a otie yɛde mu nyina ase ema mu nyina akwaba just gone by yɛde mehia sem segment no ɛna ebremo. It was proudly sponsored by EcoBank Ghana, a better way, a better Africa. Omo eboyen yɛde mehia sem segment no ebremo na enye wonkwa hapsa capsules and haxa mixture enso eboyen and Africa Queen mackerel. EcoBank say EcoBank mobile app no is probably the best thing to happen to you this year. So your EcoBank customer there. If your money is controlling you, it's time to take charge of your money. The EcoBank mobile app gives you the power to command your money to transact business across 33 African countries and anywhere in the world as well. And command your money to make water, electricity and school fees payment, bank and mobile money transfers, create virtual cards to buy only what you need and more. At the NA EcoBank mobile app no phone so a money commander. You are in charge of your money. It download the app now on the App Store, the Google Play Store, and command your money. Command also means paying attention to detail. In the EcoBank, enya di ombe frɛ da na so ombe send you message. Say omu hia wo pin, omu hia wo OTP, omu hia wo bank card number, omu hia wo Ghana card details dabi. In the EcoBank say ye nyina yenya hwe yie. If you are in doubt, call the EcoBank call center on 0800 003225. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Haxa mixer and a Haxa capsules and so ye drew one waswa Ghana for Aje Atum ene se H pylori mwani binya kwan erew ni peduemwa de deba ulcer na unya ulcer ni bia de odi be hunie ubun so ho na wo bo ehye heart burns ubenya bloated stomach into di kakrabu wo so wafu ashe nausea wo obo efno oye adwuma kakra na wa bre unya acid reflux and more and unya hu sa symptoms we am ko na kokko test say ye hu se moa ni bia ba uni pedua mu a na wo se ulcer enam kwan so ntia wo se wo pe ano edro Haxa mixture and Haxa capsules ena uhia baby aton no Ghana ha bia obenya bi atonom ebom ye fe no ulcer atamfo ulcer tamfo eye adwuma papa o cry ha o kaishi drug lane repass ventures and atinatet obenya biato Kumasi so PFA Colinac and more kai se Haxa mixture ne Haxa capsules no se o your painful wuntimi enum bi wa wo foforo ma wo be no fo wuntimi enum bi ena se wo ya akola under 12 years nso a wuntimi enum bi wo pedudu to 0240238310 Haxa mixture and Haxa capsules also tamfo obapa product ne wa hodo miensa enti se wo kodwomu ana wahwe Africa Queen mackerel oba papa sardine ena oba pa tomato paste miensa unya bia ufie enije enije because ema aduane eye de ankasa menka ena ada opedudu etu a 0302 668357 we no ni nyina ye tin no hia tin kata na sekan na odi ebie easy to open and the bomodin sa wo bepe biato na emwa wo stronko obapa tomato paste Africa Queen mackerel and oba papa sardine ye bo wondi ana waje so wara wo be check me pacho say malaria nso na hawa edru a wohia Ghana fo age atom ye tabia herbal mixture upedru nso awo ye be ma edru be mu wagina wonan so de bonifren male vitality wohia tabia takum eno no alcohol bi ani ye de honey na aye 100% organic ena ope immune booster edru eboao ema wugina wo ho so na yare bia ntimi mo rough no tabia zone care ena wo obi a woyem etim unya tabia herbal capsules eno nso boa papa fretabia wo 0243 686861 na one won into me Enkasa. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Check with your time. We've done 39 minutes after 3. The Honorable Kojo Opon in Kroma Abekansa Ewo Studio ha. Oye MP for Fuase Ayerebi and also a ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee in Ghana's Parliament. We say Obi last 3 days was my former student's birthday. Her name is Nana Ama Franca. She's a presenter at Oyopa TV in Kumasi. Wish her a belated happy birthday. Nana Ama Franca or Oyopa TV. Ewo Kumasi, belated happy birthday to you. This is from Dan Hagan in the University of Cape Coast. This one says, a happy birthday to Charles Kweku Enchibuahin, CEO of Cap Farm Ghana Limited. May God richly bless you and continue to grant you success in all you do. Have a great year ahead. Samuel Brian Boabin anyway, about Charles Kweku Enchibuahin, we CEO Cap Farm Ghana Limited. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. We wish you very well. We say Obi, I spent 9 hours from Accra to Obomin last Friday. Wow. Fifi Boafo. formerly of Cocoa Board. Fifi mijinse bibia ekoye yedase papa mamima honorable Kojo Pon Kroma Kwaba honorable Kwaba na pom te sen
nyame adum na pacho so e
adum ekoye de
onyame adum kakrakra
constituency eboko
in fact me fi constituency na be
oh okay eno me ho atwork ni na usia asofo bi
I may war annual MP's prayer conference with the clergy.
Okay.
In Tiafibia, any clergy war constituency in Munina Asia, your bompire for the whole district.
Okay.
Nafi Numa, you know, say the clergy are, may I say, and I say our partners in governance.
Yeah.
Inti Juma Yewa district Namunina or morning and Anoma him for this year now you focus here on youth ministry. How to improve youth ministry. Into Apostle Dr. Ebenezer Hagan. I'm so on head
youth
of
director.
Youth ministry, the whole Church of Pentecost.
Sure.
Tiene Nyamia Domo Besrai or Fancy constituency. Only the you know, your thought leadership session, you know, Obuasofoni now on how I'm to improve youth ministry. Inti mi free wana maybe constituency Boko.
That's a constituency youthful population was so.
Oh yeah, the youth are the majority. Inti yeni wo mho e pese to me hwe boa whether it's education or juma or whatever no so na spiritual upliftment no so no aye ho adwuma inti no na and last week Monday and Monday because Mondays me age my office
in the constituency.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The last week Monday so na hand over
school block.
The school that is school number 9.
Oh, okay.
In the last 9 years.
Okay.
And every year be anyame ya do me.
And we're fully funded by the MP. Office of the MP.
You raise money from various sources into Office of MP and LED and you mobilize it.
Okay.
And to me area we school number now. We have 2 more under construction. Bako Ejobwe, Bako Achekrum, and no Yamia Dome to me aboso area. Fina me try plastering, wiring, and afi made furniture gum. That will bring us to 11 schools in the last 9 years.
And where communities will muni school.
Schools need be under trees be and tabodan there. So 2017 we started an exercise to build new schools.
Okay.
Tianona nyamia do minime minia pola samwa say
former DC, you know.
Former DC. Yetumia ya say 9. Tianona last week Monday and Nedia yekoye the annual prayer conference with the clergy, you know. It's a constituency Boko.
Very well. Before so be call an pain enra press conference from Parliament. Now, I don't know, say, as we speak, the official report on Bank of Ghana when Jume DNA at the 2025. When your official report ni be?
The Amiminya and Minyafi, the website of the Bank of Ghana, a few minutes after midnight on Thursday. Okay. But only 2 hona and debate to us no saying you free.
Almost you free.
Yeah, me name so much there to be one. But what I have here in the me film website. Thursday, a few minutes after midnight. That is early Friday morning. And I may print it we say from on website. But later me said they took it down. Meaning whether they've brought it back up.
Okay. But because say year free hono. As we speak, your name so much uploaded.
I don't know.
Yeah, but my year free honor, would you want to go with the watching?
Absolutely, because we has the imprimatur of the auditors on it. The auditors KPMG have audited. On my opinion, on my sign, make me a copy. Page 10.
Yes.
Into the chairman, Governor Siaman Ankasa sign it. The signature near.
Yeah.
One other director signature near.
Sure.
As an auditors and also KPMG almost sign it until the certified accounts of the central bank. Meaning why almost sign and I say why almost saying websites and also Friday how much and I don't know if they've put it back. That's fine. But some they've started speaking to it. Me who Bernardo bill on the probe on Sunday.
Yes.
So they are not denying that this is the
report.
The official report. Yeah.
But for you as a parliamentarian, the Bank of Ghana report be say ready. Process being they go through to reach the public.
And only the first problem. Until once I echo into it, I mean chair with T4 the phone you know.
Yes.
Okay, Bank of Ghana Act 612 now, section 58 and a check Bank of Ghana omo account. In fact, the sections before section 58 and Ukraine chire also account for omo activities.
Yes.
Then over section 58 or chire say afiniko na wi na so omo account we are first within 3 months of the following year. Now also omo the accounts audited accounts with the opinion of the auditors
no.
Any signatures in Ekoma finance minister.
Yes.
Say finance minister answer can within 1 month of receipt. Also no finance minister or making a comment also not obey lay or parliament. Into kind section 58 subsections 1 and 2.
Yes.
It spells out the legal process by which Bank of Ghana accounts first your computer account and second your the account back to the public domain.
Okay.
Now for the last 70 years of Ghana's history, in fact, even before Act 612, the previous Act now Act 612 be replaced here.
Yes.
The model has always been say it goes through this process. For the first time is what happened on Thursday, where Omuri accounts Omanfa accounts now go through this process.
Where I was a finance minister,
yes.
Not finance minister, then your opinion so.
Yes.
No, the Bremo parliament.
Yes. Omanyanisa. On the account no command a political party known as the National Democratic Congress.
How do you know?
Then the National Democratic Congress as a political party came into the precincts of parliament. By an NDC communicators, any party for any plus MPs, number J microphone, any podium say Omunafi Omobe announce the official report of the central bank's operations for 2025 actually the Republic of Ghana.
At the time now Omun upload you on my website.
No. In fact, enumerate preliminary response.
Yes.
As someone catching say later in the evening it will be posted on the website of the central bank. Amba copy just before midnight. And I make us say me download the media print here. But right after midnight, early into Friday morning,
it was pulled down.
Yes, it was pulled down. And I make us say me name whether they have republished it since there. So a copy of the video or the photo of the press conference now.
The Isa address
Fatu nka ubetumi dia to screen so obehu NDC communicators. So say obi bekacho said the majority side of parliament and the majority side of parliament is made up of MPs.
Yes.
Good, but we obehu NDC communicators.
Bengazu was her way okay.
More moving to screen.
Yes, or the associate to
obehu NDC communicators. Yes. So that is not the majority side of parliament. That's the NDC party, including its communicators, in the precincts of parliament, purporting to announce the official accounts of the central bank. Where do you hear this?
This is the video.
Okay.
Okay. This Ayariga.
No. Wait. That's not Ayariga.
No,
that's Suhini.
Oh, Suhini.
Not the MP. Ninyana or a communicator. Lawyer. No.
Yeah.
Is he an MP?
No. No, he is not an MP.
This is not the majority side of parliament.
But wait, a man way MP.
Why?
Wait, they are Kazan.
Way MP. Okay. There are others in the short at the back there in Kaunya, a wider short. They are members of
the about yourself here.
Honestly, MP. Okay. But there are others in the short at the back there who are not MPs, part of the NDC communication team, including Suhini Ojinawe.
Yes, Suhini.
Yes.
Sure.
So the first thing is that they gave their accounts to the NDC political party to come into parliament and come and announce. I been see that in the history of Ghana. Nenona and no, you started of saying Governor Nukoko say they are beginning to politicize the central bank. There's a reason for which the central bank has what we call operational independence, because you need credibility. That independence is what brings the credibility. Say momo kamwa semwa. You can even disagree with the government. Moka semwa e also be to me jimudi. The government, the opposition, in particular the markets, the capital markets, the international investors, the central bank in Kasa, they have to be able to take it with an element of sacrosanct. The moment you begin to politicize it, you undermine its independence, you undermine its credibility. You can't catch a governor and say, the Bank of Ghana and your political party. Board in your majority caucus. And into Mrano, spell out how I'm accounting, and sana how I am presenting accounts. The moment you get into this thing, say Bank of Ghana, we in Juma. No, the accounts now come a political party, now if you political party in Abidjan Parliament, and I announce, you politicize everything.
But we should have press conference now. Did they purport to be reading from an official account?
Nothing tells us that they were not, because they were quoting figures and phrases and things that they claimed were from their account.
From the account?
Yes. They were the first people who mentioned 15.6 billion. Before then, had you heard it before?
No.
But
say a figure be and they
from where? The process is that you send it to the finance minister. He puts his comments on it. He doesn't lay it before the NDC party.
Or the parliament.
He has to come and lay it before parliament. That is what the law says in section 58. So, they are setting a precedent that will lead to the politicization of the bank. Or MPP ba power, only say a hawk in our party will say, hey, now council more we go to parliament. Mo kwa na morning book. Mo fan brand yesu yenhwem. Yesu yenhu say na betumi amassage ade na yenhu say na betumi aka no. Are we helping the bank's independence and credibility, or are we destroying it? Governor Siama Oyobi and Mimi, a lot of respect for him. I've commended him several times. Zach, first deputy,
yes,
consummate professional. Matilda Santesi, Dumiami, former boss. Have a lot of respect for her. But I say to them with a lot of respect, say they should not allow the NDC party to dictate to them how to comply with the Bank of Ghana Act. I know they are under a lot of pressure, but they are professionals. So said, no, we can't do this. This thing they've done, it should never be repeated.
In a way, no, how can that mischief be cured now?
I don't know if somebody wants to take them on legally or something. I know a different matter, but the finance minister will have to make his comments on the accounts and properly come and lay it before parliament, and then Mr. Speaker will refer it to the appropriate committee to go into it and to come back with it. In fact, there's been an instance in which Mr. Speaker has admonished, say, Saturday no more, we are no more Russia could publish on their website. It's not the appropriate process. Parliament now more now they are parliament. It is our precedent. We say it should never happen again.
Okay.
We on the MPP side are not minded to copy this thing, wrong, but they on the NDC side, they should never repeat it again. It is such a blatant illegality which amounts to politicizing the Central Bank of the Republic, and it's a road down to the abyss. It should never happen again.
In the only first issue, Murezi said it was the first red flag. Murezi.
Yeah.
Number 2. With this report, because I mean the conversation and I said the narrative around it, and it's there is some kind of subtle admissions, loss course, but there are results to show for the loss. And really, I didn't know was a Ghana for you worried.
Loss near.
What officially I have not seen the report, but at least I may can't hear a tape from press conference now. 15 billion.
Good. So you see, what you are doing is that you are repeating the NDC political party narrative. Say, loss Akoso, 15 billion.
Yes.
But there's some good to show for it. And in fact, it's not just you. Ome recruiting a lot of, I'm not saying they have recruited you. Ome recruiting a lot of people. Some pretending some are neutral, some pretending some are analysts near there, to be repeating the same line. In fact, when they made the content creators, it wasn't about no problem. We'll be a crampon charge home with that one. But they feel the need to explain. The reason for which 15 billion, Ibimoke 15 billion is because that is a propaganda they want to put out. But the truth, and that's why we did the press conference and draw, was that when you download the accounts and you go into it, the loss is nothing less than 35 billion Ghana cedis. And so at 35, the entire you use the expression nothing less than 35. Ushe Mankasa lost near 44 billion Ghana cedis.
And no piece. I've gotten if it will be a forward soft copy now, Mrs. I don't know, sir. Where 136 pages.
136 pages. That is the one we downloaded from the Bank of Ghana website.
Okay.
So it will be called down. Say it will be withdrawn. That's the full one. We have the first one, so you can always come back to it. Now let me take you to page 5.
Page 5
of the accounts.
Okay.
So permit me on my hard copy. What I say.
Yes.
Page 5.
Okay.
I want to be who their friend headline loss. Until I say, oh, we also must state headline loss. No, I say, and we are
into headline
into first of all, there's the bank, and then there's the group. Yes. So when said the bank is made up of the bank and some subsidiaries.
Sure,
okay.
Sure.
Into group on the side, the headline loss near.
And that is from this side, right? Okay. In the group side, no. headline loss for 2025 15.287.911 billion.
Afikwasi, read the next line.
The next line a transfer to general reserve fund. Transfer to general reserve fund. And also 2025 14.982.578 billion.
Conform.
Leaving a balance to be carried forward on retained earnings of 647.544 million for 2025.
Okay. Afi, so ukra soft copy now. Let me take you to page page 16 of the central bank.
Okay. Page 16.
My highlight it. Top line, first line.
Okay.
And the headline.
Yeah, headline loss. Loss for the year.
Good.
2025. 15.300.513 billion Ghana cedis.
And for is it the bank or the group?
Where for the group.
Okay.
And for the bank, and also 15.630.122 billion.
Inti enona NDC for the year propaganda say that is the loss. But same page 16.
Yes.
We say my highlighted two other figures.
And there were other comprehensive income for the year net of tax.
Good, because on accounts, you were operating account which shows the normal Ejuma Bank of Ghana. Any award the other comprehensive income account, other Nema Omoya any part of Omo core activities. Into what has happened is Omo core Ejuma Nkasa Omoyeno.
Yes.
Omo Boka 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. What they are hiding from you, Nise, Uko sa page 16 we say so the other comprehensive income no. Ehonomu make loss. But loss no honey ahe.
And also loss no for the group.
Yeah.
For the group here 19.888.779 billion Ghana cedis. That's for the group. For the bank 19.322.253 billion Ghana cedis.
And so who the actual loss of the central banker for the bank 15.6 plus 19.3 and we pay 34.9 billion Ghana cedis. But on say because omoye propaganda omama bank mpenyi for nankasa mambe kano krenintino one hwe ya nko kan kra hu they are watching press conference NDC party na be say ombo ka 15 billion but the 19 na bete other comprehensive income nimu to 15 plus 19 na make actually say nothing less than 34.9 billion cedis. That's the loss. Why is there a difference in this figure? Because they are doing politics with it. Senkamuma Bank of Ghana nankasa to nebo echo through the process ebe presente ya. I am not sure said the governor will come and say 15.6. He will say 34.9. But because of more politicizing, no more person to futrogun for anything, and I'm number point say 15.6. We'll come into the details. Now, 34.9 we ankasan obi assemble page 7.
Okay, in the page 7,
good. That is the beginning of the accounts.
Yes, report of the directors to the Minister for Finance.
Good. Ehona omuchro ejuman kasa Ghana Constitution, any Bank of Ghana Act as amended, which is primarily to maintain price stability. Now you susu dia bia e measure hwese nti Bank of Ghana no ejuma e dia hye ne nsa no ni sika eso no so mfanya na ni nsuo eso no adware ana economics mun yefra no policy solvency. Policy mandate na ye dia ma no, are you solvent enough to fulfill it, i.e. ubetumi aye wa bra wankasa wo generate wo revenues na wo de emiti ana say just a bank na nkasa no aban ebre ni sika foforo na okobo besi ana oprint sika foforo ansa na wetumi de aye. It's a very critical test because central bank no a lender of last resort no, so a policy insolvent then it just asmaba. In this obekaya 2022 Abra Bank of Ghana making loss for the first time. Madam for power to forcing. Or say the Bank of Ghana is near policy insolvency. Na
that's 60 billion loss.
Yes. Na net equity na ko negative. And unti governor na pam in 21 days. Na Bank of Ghana na be crime scene. So bekaya. Okay, yes. That is because this policy solvency question is a very critical test. Now, policy solvency in your calculation idea. Uber calculate all the revenues that was a bank in from normal activities. Now, what the cost of policy mandate implementation? Policy mandate, no, maintaining price stability. You bet me I can simple language say kutia inflation.
Yes.
Into the cost of fighting inflation. Ube TFE all revenues. Into table ne wo no.
Yes.
Where a Bank of Ghana for accounts.
Yes.
Table ne wo no.
Yes.
Ube line by line. Or man listed revenues ni na. Pacho so bet me abu boss watch we TFO.
Policy solvency estimation the bank. First line here, interest income calculated using the effective interest method. Second line,
and yes, a bank
yes.
For example, overnight lending to commercial banks and other on lending that the central bank would do.
Yes.
Interest income free. No.
Okay. Net income from other financial instrument at FVPL.
And put all the 10 cars aside. Yes. But Nina Niema bank no as part of a normal ejuma omoya in faso anasika
in the fees and commission income,
yes.
Other operating income, net gain from the sale of refined gold.
Pause. I want a problem no one.
A net gain, no?
Yes, from the sale of refined gold. And when come ejuma inti unza account ni crown no you 2025 no 2024.
Yes.
Correct 2024 ho.
2024 under net gain zero, nothing.
Yes, zero.
Yeah.
Because 2024 the Bank of Ghana didn't need to sell gold to raise money. And come when come tradition asset sale and come if you read the other revenue items,
income from operations.
Okay.
Cost of open market operations.
Ube do income from operations now. Next is total income in 22 billion.
22.231.377.
No na ubeti cost of policy mandate implementation, open market operations.
Yes.
Open market operation cost is
16.737 billion.
2022 ni mo ebeka 5.5. And no more case o chese o policy solvent. Problem in here. But me try say no correct.
Adentia.
Because in the 22 no omo de 9.6 bia be hwa from the sale
of refined gold.
Thank you. I part of omajuma. Yemfa kan policy solvency calculation. Mami ntro to say Asempa FM edena moton
yeton airtime
good nti yese monton airtime na mun raise revenue bi afa ne se be 1 million cedis na mun tuatua mo ho ka nyina afi enimu no eniema amoye ne ade nyina e ka na aba beda ha se ana se expenditure mo no mo expenditure 1.2 million nti mo target 1 million no krampo no mum miti.
Yes.
I be adwuma no pa obi mo asesa computer ni other assets e wo company ha say na aton no be 300,000 nti say mo revenue 1.3 nti mo tifi mo cost 1.2 no ma say profit.
Yes.
But the problem is that assets in accounting more assets are more there. It's not part of your stock in trade and you're part of more normal activities. And no more there about beka ho sen command ton since say utisa gold asset na ma ton na free mo.
Yes.
The actual revenue from an income from operations about 12 billion.
Yeah, 12 billion.
The 12 billion what is 16 more ma boka 4 billion. They are policy insolvent. The only reason for which they are claiming policy solvency is because Omaton gold 9.6 billion at their Joseno.
But a honor the rebuttal has been said gold no Bank of Ghana at Shell said as part of portfolio management and the here say was say omo eton because as a central bank no there is a percentage of omo revenues be also mutimi ekipi in some of those assets. Omofisa na akosrododo. They had to diversify and sell. To them a part of our normal operations. How do you respond to eno?
Me na now tete me. Oye Fantini.
Yes.
Ufi abra sebu kwa mankese.
Yes.
Me mama ye Fantini.
Sure.
Mina na chere me Fanti bi osi iyo no ye ehurudahurada.
Ehurudahurada sem.
Fanti mo osi iyo no ye ehurudahurada. Smokes and mirrors.
Really?
I'm telling you. I'll come there.
Okay.
But I'm saying to you, say, so we saw gold sale nifima.
Yes.
Their policy insolvent. Now let me take you back. Me pesa o kai 2025 nkomo bia me ne odi wo dem.
Odi wo dem ha sure.
Me ne odi nkomo me ensa. 3 interviews.
Yes.
One was on the losses that were being made on the gold purchase program.
Yeah.
2 was about the sterilization as a tool for mopping up excessive liquidity in the economy.
Okay.
And 3 was about the unexplained sale of 50% of our gold reserves. Obakaya, getting to the end of the year, after September, October, almost 50% of your gold reserves.
Yes.
At the time, and nobody could understand why they sold 50% of the gold reserves when there was a policy to actually accumulate more gold. At the time, we are over concentrated in gold. Now, gold near about 40% of your reserves. Into a cash.
Yes.
Then, very quickly, they came back with what they call gun wrap. Say, gold no matter crown. Say, so I'm buy back that gold and more.
Yes.
And who had the pricing now? The price of the new gold they were going to buy was going to be higher than the price of the old gold they had sold because gold prices were rising. So everybody was wondering what informed the policy decision to sell the gold. Sir, explanation said, na yaye over concentrated in gold. No, Fantini because oye huda rada. Bank of Ghana omo prepare management accounts every quarter. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September.
Yes.
When in September they compiled their management account, we know an authority said that is when they knew they were policy insolvent.
It now also story.
When did they sell the gold?
Last quarter.
November, December, no gold. No. It was after September management accounts by who said they were policy. Page 1 who said they were policy insolvent. Then they quickly decided, said the only way is to introduce a new revenue line. That is to sell the gold. So that story they told us said they sold 50% of the gold to rebalance the portfolio. Now the evidence is here. And there are notes from the auditors that explains it is a one-off sale.
KPMG
I will find the notes for you. Say it is a one-off sale. Before we finish the show, I'll find it for you. It's not a regular idea. They can't be doing it every time. Now next time, what are they going to sell again? And first of all, the press conference which politicized it sought to hide the real loss, which is 44 billion.
34.
No, maybe 44 billion.
Okay.
But has been reduced by 9.6 billion because of salary we are to 35. And 35 no much no 15.6 abeshe headline. No more than 19 akoshe other comprehensive income. Now I'll prove it to you. Go to page 17.
In the way consolidated and separate statement of financial position as of 31st December 2025.
Simply put, this is the balance sheet of the Bank of Ghana.
Yes.
In the accounting equation, you say asset is equal to capital plus liabilities. In the person balance we say, assets now on one side.
Yes.
No capital and liabilities on the other side.
On the other side.
Okay. I say my highlight net equity.
Yes. Yes. I think there is total equity here. Total equity for 2025 for the bank, a 96.276.379 billion Ghana cedis.
Back for the group.
For the group, 93.818.395 billion Ghana cedis.
Now, this is for 2020.
2025.
For 2024, what was the total equity? By the way, this 93 now can a negative 93.
Yeah, negative. Yeah,
it is in brackets.
In brackets. Yes.
What it means, what it means, ni say, and ne Uko Bank of Ghana accounts ni moa. A jetray I share Bank of Ghana no one jetray na she. 2 bank ne deka 93 billion Ghana cedis. This is what it means. As at the end of 2025.
Yes.
Back in 2024.
In the 2024 for the group, no, 58.621.042 billion Ghana cedis. And also here in bracket, it means it's a negative.
This is what it means. As at the time when NDC are buying taking over the Bank of Ghana, now a car bank ne de 58 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
After first year of operation, no, uke can be bia bomwa bank ne balance sheet. No, a kana peja could do 93 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
So phone work calculator also.
And that's 30 something billion more.
No, they're calculating. And Kasache with T4. Me can be because politics na me 93 minus 58.
Okay, into 93 818 395 minus 58 621 042 in the amount of 35.197.353 billion Ghana cedis.
35 billion Ghana
yes.
cedis. Me some another assignment. 15.6 loss now Mokano. Plus 19 loss now me mature so they are cut and also add mommy. 15.6 plus 19.3.
Okay. Into 15.6 plus 19.3.
And we are here.
34.9.
Round it off here.
That's 35.
Until Machra say, Ubi catch us a Bank of Ghana car a 15.6 or your truffle.
Okay, it means say 35 billion way no.
Yes.
That is the subtracting 58 billion from 93 billion.
Afi maminchromu. Uko bank ne balance sheet na. Afi bia say who make you profit so the ko kan o equity position.
Yes.
Who make you loss abeko akoti afib.
Yes.
Who say who make you loss 15. Ada na uko balance sheet no 1 for 15 per can 58 no now the 35 na account because who make you loss 35. Now who didn't throw who the 19 na kote other comprehensive income. That is what exposes you. So if you don't cast the accounts again and put the two together, you will notice omo kane 35 billion. Now na make a choice say 35 no kra no 9.6 bishemu gold. We free more and 44. Nti so obi se ontia say denti na yen ya be press conference say Bank of Ghana ne kanankasa they understating it is because say when ti omo propaganda now wa ko download the account now calculate here ubo say kane 44 billion. I've just demonstrated it to you on air. I've also told you point number 2, say, and I regret to say this, that the bank is policy insolvent. The only way they covered it up after September was that omoton Ghana gold that yedi jawa no half. Yeti krasi, say busian gold cry yedi jawa utumiton half the school fees. Yedi akonyo gold jawa utumiton half say na roof ni likinti maton half edi ato roofing sheet. Ebusian for better was here. The Central Bank of the Republic is telling you say or more on half for portfolio
management.
Meanwhile, I will say more accounting for profit on it. Because omo catch say, oh, omo ton gold no. Ena omo de sikano mnya no. Ekoto dollar account ni mu. E ba ne say na fi omo accounting for profit on it. Say profit no na ba be kan ho am my policy solvent.
Policy solvent.
Nti enua a press conference here. If I chemu mienu you decide say you fire recommendations nka ho. Yes sir, assembly baby breed.
Yes.
Until Wednesday you be another one near the recommendations no abeka. Me nua Gideon Boakon, Dr. Amina Anta, omina abeka on Wednesday. No, they were not in town. That's why they were not with me. But first part no one near chemo say me nua sa propaganda na mentie. Number 2 ekano 44. Number 3 bank no has now become policy insolvent. They had to sell gold before they retained solvency. Now, a central bank that needs to sell gold before it becomes solvent, they are only living on borrowed time. Was any money ye jai politics no? Ni ye jitum said there's a problem. Now you fix the problem no once and for all. and yes sir, they be a minute na ebe baako a mebu ni say so ma me ewu na wo se wada ebe bo 6 pm obi abeko na ma me ho akogye aduane ho na obi ho. So that was the third point that we made. Now you also heard people saying say, and that was your earlier question, so na say omubo kai we nyina inflation about 3 points. 3.
You are not a stories of some respected voices about finance, economy, anyway. I've read one from Joe Jackson, for example, of Dayless Finance. He also makes the same point. Say, the cost of stability.
When have you heard Joe Jackson say anything against the NDC government or in favor of the MPP?
Joe Jackson.
Oh, I don't want to go too much into it. He's my friend. I don't want to go too much. When have you heard him? Would they pull one time that he has said something against the government? Once. You won't find one. Every time his opinion is on the side of the NDC and against the MPP. I mean, I don't want to go too much into it. But I want to come into this argument. Say,
yes.
A kana or my bono.
A cost for stability I enjoy.
Obi, and you know correct.
Okay.
O much them say kana or my bono. Nema mienu ne kofa kana buy. Se bako no more fight inflation. Nti eno kwane cost is 16.7 billion cedis. And the cost of open market operations.
Yeah.
And say second, na omo support dollar no. Into cost near 9 billion cedis. First of all, Mikael said, "Me know I interviews me in 2025."
Yes.
The first interview I know here was about market intervention at central bank near here. So percent okipu dollar na 10.
Yes.
And on me breaking them because they were pumping. Now formula no they pumping. You be in a kabebe fee. Midway through the year, and me catch was in fact first year kind no, omu deny, president deny, or share bishops who deny, governor Nankasa deny. It was when we kept insisting. Then the IMF looked into it and said, "Charlie, adena moye no, it's obvious. A market intervention. No, come say any intervention.
Intermediation.
Thank you. You see, who can be beer? They will deny it. Intermediation. Commercial banks in a central bank. They only intervene when the intermediation is not solving the problem. Say central bank nankasa say or intervention. No problem. What they are to need info from? Me catch me say umami ewu. Ne kana so wada. Say bosses.
Yes.
Until we kept saying say Charlie, there are more intervention. Na dia moye no ebewie no e de ka na bebefe oh aban papa ba mo pompe dollars and to me and save the city no problem at all. At the time na ye kasa na ye ka kire o say loss are na fi ase ba because of the structure no mo use no as exposed by the IMF when they went into it. It was about 2.5 billion cedis. That's about $214 million at the time. Okay, May the Bank of Ghana accounts by made it show one signature and who said Dr. Siama one signature ni them honey nina.
Sure.
Any car say mumma yensi abotre yensi nkonwa ne yenye investigation. Ni yenhwe baby a problem ni fiba so that we can correct it. Make crime inside the motion LED minority the motion called parliament obekaya. What did the majority do to that motion?
It was thrown out.
They threw away the motion. Say Bibianco Bonnet, they don't want to see anything. They've made up their mind. They don't want to see the facts. Dollar bafom, that's the important thing. And we told them that they are moving at the canebeba. Nami we are metro why a card everybody should be concerned about it. At the time catcher and saying out, nothing important. In fact, 2 days before Bank of Ghana Bebano, Gold Board by announcement so more make you profit 900 million. Bank of Ghana buy or say sa transaction now on the Gold Board here no. On Waboka 9 billion cedis.
Ghana cedis.
But at the time you raise issue no nakane 2.5. Senka yesi nkonwa na hohwe ye correct ya. Enke nuru 9 billion. But who can be bia they will deny it, they will insult you and now say me say omomrante na ba kwa statement say ye ignorant. No problem. And a kana 2.5 yanhwe no. Sisa about 9 billion. Now Bakusu will make profit 900 million. Bakusu will make loss 9 billion. Netting off na the value of the gold transactions. No. Before they assumed power, that's our gold purchase program. No. I've told you this on authority. Forget this idea.
Since inception.
Forget this idea. 2024 account brew. there was nowhere in that account that it was stated there was a loss. And that governor no call a public accounts committee or mubisa and say, who said there's a loss? Your account no show us or say just or bank. There was no loss. They have published accounts under the signature of the governor and the auditors, in which there are no losses. Now, for politicization and political equation, they want to claim there was a loss in the past.
But you are saying, sir, the central bank, in response to an RTI request, can peddle falsehood?
I believe that it was untrue. Because it is not in the audited accounts. Do you know what audited accounts mean?
Sure.
Do you know the implication when auditors and directors sign an account? Said this is a true and fair view of what has happened. Now, what signing accounts in which there are no losses? Now we are politics into one answer RTI letter. I said that letter is of no consequence. Respectfully, it's of no consequence in comparison with the audited accounts, which you gazette and lay before Parliament. The audited accounts that you gazetted and laid before Parliament didn't speak of any losses. Loss change structure. No? So now everybody has to go to the gold board. The gold board has to go to another entity. Until by the time I did like you beton Bank of Ghana, no more boka. And on them more admit to say more boka 9 billion Ghana, but only 9 billion.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Unim sika ekoji wo IMF
3 billion, but no dollars. So we 9 billion we
cedis, yes. Now begin to wrap your mind around it. Begin to wrap your mind around it. 9 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, at the time he started, it was just about 2.5 billion Ghana cedis. And this will be a catch also, it was the cost of stability. And your cost of stability, the cost of the policy decision they took to change the structure. That's why they are losing that money. They didn't need to lose that money. Remember another one. Almost say sterilization cost near 16.7 because they had to take a lot of money.
Yes.
That is the most egregious one. Then I know unya time kakra maminko through. So your Bank of Ghana account now, total amount of money they sterilized from the economy was about 93 billion. Mamin trim. So they say Bank of Ghana soon say sika wo krom dodo. Sika wo nkofo ho a to turn him by heart. Enti ade no se nkofo mienu ko gina ho na se ne bo kra ye 1 cedi a we say o mema 1.2 tubo se ne bo okosoro. Any friend inflation. Enti no yentwi sika mfi krom. Yi sika ne fi krom na sika ni ho a nipa na oton ade ne kra na edu baabi obeka so why den. What is so tight monetary policy and the elements need to include sterilization
Asempa
a way by which on the supply side and I say on the demand side rather we use so they don't have money to demand. Okay. First of all, Abinu deny said they were not doing sterilization. Yen catch them say almost sterilize as at that time bear 60 billion. Ye can't go for be a neomudi atemi. They were arguing said there's nothing like sterilization. Now Bank of Ghana account. Now they've admitted say end of year sterilization balance on about 93 billion. Now my mention there. So person we skefi kroma. Nye de bia na also utua hoka. Banks no be a friend no cash reserve ratio. Cash reserve ratio no. So who do sika koto banka? Emrani chere say we say bank no this sika no ntichemu bi ebeto Bank of Ghana. As part of the reserve ratio, yes. Bank of Ghana won't tell 1 cedi wo. The reserve ratio no fan say about 10%. Nature say banks nyina mo mobilize deposit or some of the 10% ba. Now come on 90%. Instead na mo dey buy the friend credit creation. Mo dey be besia because the real essence of intermediation and say mo munya excess na mo intermediate man you here be mo dey money loan to the private sector. Yes. But who steady about say banks no be brave or ho or mobilize deposit na. They don't give private sector credit. Omo train a bank treasury bill and omo government treasury bill. Then they make a spread on it. Omo train a Bank of Ghana bills bar no makoto. So in essence, the government ends up buying the money from the banks and paying for it.
Yes.
So there was a policy that was introduced known as the dynamic cash reserve ratio. You compare.
When was that introduced? Under Moana.
Okay. You compare deposits to private sector credit portfolio. Tisikana OG no yet 10% if you 90% neka the more na the private sector. If we find out say you are not giving it to the private sector but you are lending it back to government, which is increasing the cost of government borrowing. What then we do is that we have a dynamic way of increasing your reserve ratio. So then your reserve ratio is no longer 10%. TBSO from a to hand, more 15%. What by this level, only 20. What by there? In the Bank of Ghana, be more perhaps as a canina. Untia
BBA also.
February 2026, and our governor announces they were going to review it. Where am I joining line?
Yeah.
We are committed to reviewing the cash reserve ratio. Abra, omu take you over banks ni ye no msi reset aba. Ira mahama sin reset bibia, so they were going to review it. There was a second component of it. I don't know. So foreign exchange. Yenje foreign exchange under the reserve ratio. Yenje the CD equivalent. To the instance, one say it denies you much CD which you can use to come and buy government paper and make money on it. Inti ukra forex, no, it also increases forex availability for banks to do intermediation. So there's a banks in the intermediation, no. And no some buy no. Say Debbie. Or my reverse no. So the effect is that there's a lot of money with the banks. Then now when they realize that there's excess liquidity, they say they are going to mop it up at a rate. So now they are paying
to mop up. No?
And only 16 billion now.
When the alternative is without paying anything through this policy,
so you have reversed policies. This costs 9 billion, 16 billion, no. Next thing, in Quebec, say central bank be out fight inflation. Also boka. If that is the logic, central bank be out fight inflation. Also boka. But that's not true. Central banks fight inflation without paying this money. Central banks build gold reserves. We built gold reserves without making a nanipa no the gold reserves nifi 8 tons. Eba 31 tons. That is an addition of 22 tons. No one moka. Wow, would this 7 tons be can 31 no money 38 no. Who 7 tons no pen also aboka 9 billion. Nipa no the inflation fee 54%. Eba 23%. That is a difference of 31 percentage points no. When to your 16 billion. Wow, would defeat 23. Eba at the time, because we hear the close off of this account at the time 5.4%. 23 to 5. Who knows what about 16 billion? What sort of math is this? But you don't have an opportunity to interrogate it because some of the politics need kind. That's why they went through that exercise to come and do the propaganda. Those they say, why a bank for Nagasa din techero. And Omajama NDC communicators. And Omo announce who can high, no maso and who can high, no medu atemu can high, no my say. And a bank Nankasa. Governor Siamabayo say his number one priority is to reverse the negative equity of the bank.
Yes.
In fact, that is when in speech
and make sure say losses will not be repeated.
Or buy a negative equity near 58 and they could do 93. That is an addition of 33. 33 in Kwanameka so gold, you gold 9.6 and son of me achieve 33. Yes, I have 44. So there's a problem. I will see jai politics no. Now you confront a problem because this is the lender of last resort. This is your central bank and my central bank. Now, we are there. The central bank has to be recapitalized. Recapitalized by nothing less than 93 billion because Utia 93 billion now it brings them to where? Zero. Nasa 93 no. Unimini pa Ubitia.
Menewo.
Ose Bonsu Philip. O mahine Kwabna Sante. Dominic Kisisi Kweju Opon Kroma ye cleaners ni ye drivers are omo wa hase yi maami oton indomie o junction Bishop obetu ya bi watiefo a yetie mi no sa 93 billion no obia betu ya bi inti obitifie onya adwuma yen ye kun se method na ban ni use no ebewie no wo ewu mu adwuma no nya bi ebewie no obeboka na wasan ba betu asa aka ne bi ka sa sika no o ma yemfem bi enterprise fund nanka wo wanye bia ya adwuma wo se da bi na dollar na gina 10 nti yen din ka sen kodu
Kojo, the other point has been said you admit you know the first time you who said Bank of Ghana Aboka was in 2020 the time at 60 billion.
That is true.
You know. If someone argue say that whole ended the beginning of the problems of the Bank of Ghana, then now become.
First of all, unlike 2022, no, yen try say the kabia tetebebia. In 2020, I mean who say you go for be as some neutrals near there will be a choice. So the transparency of the central bank should be commended. You want some more, they've been transparent. Transparency of what? The 15 billion or the hidden 19 billion or the hidden 44. This is not transparency. Transparency was when the central bank went through the process, published its accounts and came to tell you, say, Yaboka 60 billion. First, unlike what they are doing now, time nobody tried to hide it. Number two, we clearly explained, say, 60 billion now, Omwa Bokano.
Yes.
Because Bank of Ghana had to pay 48 billion to reduce the country's debt under the domestic debt exchange program. Omuti have 42 billion every no. No ma boka 60 billion. Ode omada no ma boka 60 billion. Why did they have to pay 48 billion in 2022? Because in 2020, so obekaya yedum pempen so bia taxes cry na osen kofotu and you say you suspended tax payments. You relax the timetable no for tax payment. Inti aban revenue emba. You say teacher for encouragement but ibeti omka we mu encouragement but ibeti omka ye mom nkania ye mom nsuo because atowe nchama to yen enti ye bo besia ene de hwe economy no sa besia ne ye bo Bank of Ghana to am 48 billion and ne more boka 60 billion but the interesting is so boka 60 billion ni wie ye no in the years after that no na o weke se o tetene ka no so restore bank no to where it has to be. In the following year, Nika boy na 10 billion.
That's in 2023.
In 2023, na 10 billion. Omoko recast here no say 13. No problem. Materiality concept in accounting. Until from 60 no or tesuba 10. In 2024 no, according to NDC4 mobile year accounting in 2025 no, Omsi bank ne can also teba 9.4. Me met market was a bank in make profit. What did I kind? The bank made profit, but I'm change the accounting policy no to remove part of it from the operating account and move it into other comprehensive income. Into the operating account, the headline until 9.4 loss. I won't even argue about that. But the point is that no matter loss also from 60 to 13 to 9. In fact, so we net equity position now. Net equity position I started back to positive. Then all of a sudden, a new government comes in, mostly reset, more cancel policies nibi. And now what you are doing is now taking us to a 44 billion loss, which you've covered up by selling 9.6 billion gold to reduce it to 35 loss. Into a day and net equity now started banning back to zero. So say net equity now tiako 93. And a bank in a deca 93. And I say bank in a deca 93. So anybody who tries to make that argument, say yeni boka first, is missing the trajectory of issues. But the yempo yemfani say yeni boka more than this. And you crampo you try say ye de tite. Just like what you have tried to do. Nkebeka say nunti na Ghana photo abeti ayen. So you are supposed to do what? Better. You cannot campaign against an administration with this record, promise to do better, and then you come and do worse. That is unacceptable. It's like you wanted to scam the people. But can be to almost. I dare say a crime scene. Governor, no, if 13 billion cedis loss is a crime scene for the governor to, in fact, at that time, what they knew was 10 billion. After recasting about 13, 10 billion loss is a crime scene. The governor must resign in 21 days. By the NDC standard, what should they be saying about my good friend governor?
But the governor must resign was on the 60 billion.
No.
But we had a demonstration on the 60 billion.
No, they did a demonstration in 2024.
Okay.
On the 2023 accounts. Okay. Mostly near policy insolvency. Say governor no any penny for decisions or may take a bad. Momo their policy insolvency have been a makoto good at their Jossino. I said they are tied now the pin, safety pin, assume. Timomo then by your own standard, then you can. So you see the politicization Obi doesn't help. Media they are here worried about and say put all the politics aside and look at the numbers. We have a problem. Sa 93 MPP for we are all going to pay for it. So if there are decisions that are being taken at the bank number in jeopardy, don't still keep standing by it and defending it for political capital when we are all going into peril. Ntimakacho say Wednesday,
yes,
you better out with recommendations on how very, very urgently this lender of last resort must be saved. If not, and then the policy insolvency no man kataso, what if fortunately we become actually insolvent?
How about
it calls for sober reflection?
Yes, the arguments gold na omoton ye are clearly material workana. It was a bad decision from your perspective. But they tell you, sir, a work in progress. They are still building reserves, no? And that's how comes see our crowd here. Almost they want to build to the level, see a 15-month import cover as a country. And the gun wrap, a baby two name our parliament, no? And it's not as if, sir, ya tongue be any teho. They are still building.
Time of Moton Gold, no, not your reserves. How many months?
Almost 5?
5 months.
Yes.
Until 5 months of import cover. Also, person build you do 15. Why would you sell half of what you have and come down only to start afresh? Because also the person will build it reserves to 15 months, but in the gold 40% and a cash 60%. The gold no does in 2% diversify back cash. What you do is that you build more cash reserves.
Yes.
So you don't sell your gold, you keep the gold. And then you build more cash reserves to overtake the gold reserves.
But you can also sell part of the gold to build your cash reserve.
You don't need to, because it takes a lot more difficulty to get the gold than to get cash reserves. Intino, gold. Look at how we struggled to build gold reserves from 8 tons to 31 tons. When Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia came up with this domestic gold purchase program, a lot of people didn't even understand it. There were parts of the program that we tried that were temporary,
yes,
that didn't work out. The gold for oil, it had its challenges. It had to be cancelled at a point. But that program was brilliant. And on the name buyer, mutumeye intervention in the market, and most of changing it into intermediation. Mukwani central banker, mu intervene or marketer, you tune it into a commercial bank. So now the central bank is operating as a commercial bank. You fair no chain. It is I would say gold near 40% of reserves. Now 60% your cash. But total number of 5 months. Who person build it up to 15 months. Yeah. Simultaneous equation. You grow the cash reserves.
How do you grow it?
You grow the cash reserves by using the door gold. The door gold near bullion.
Yeah.
And the door.
Dory bars, yes.
Until you grow through the door and then you sell the door for forex. That's the gold for forex program.
Yes.
To grow the cash reserves.
But they are doing that along.
So why do you sell the gold first? And I make catch say it doesn't make sense. The only reason for which they sold that gold between October and December, and I'm actually on page 7, because they needed to get policy solvency. Into bank is on technically 2025 policy insolvent. That was what happened. That's the only reason for which they sold it, and now they are going to buy it back at a higher price. If not, they themselves know. They themselves know. Say what they needed to do was to grow the cash part of it, not to sell the gold to add to the cash, to change the percentage, which is still 5 months, and then now start to build the gold again to 15 months. How does that make sense to you?
Sir Obi, good afternoon. In the same vein, i.e. on Kojo's comment about Joe Jackson, one could easily ask, when have you heard Kojo say anything in favor of the NDC?
Can I give him an answer?
When the
finance minister introduced the your friend said commencement authorization, may have commended him publicly for it. I can give him examples. Can he give me an example?
Or say in 2015, I had a Facebook chat with Kojo where I expressed my excitement at him joining politics and admonished him to remain technocratic and shun politics as usual. My mention nipa crowd the way by that. Okay, Jibril Agbesi Hamenu. Now, say Obi join politics. How would he shun politics? Join politics and shun politics. How is that going to be possible? But Hamenu Yadase, Papa. We say Obi. Was the asset management done by BOG? What the asset management done by BOG does in the balance sheet is basically changing the asset class of that particular asset on the face of the balance sheet. It does not affect their profit and loss. So why should they include the reclassification in their P&L? It is more or less like a revaluation which should be reflected in your OCI. The bottom line figure, which is the loss/profit, is the actual figure that is sent to the retained earnings, in this case the equity. So how do you report a loss of 15 billion whilst you transfer 35 billion Ghana cedis to your retained earnings in the balance sheet? If this is not magical accounting, then what will it be?
French Nibeka say exactement. Watch me sort the accounting now. So you cannot adjust your balance sheet by 35 billion, by negative 35 billion. Yet pretend that the loss was 15. And I'm actually saying 19, normally I cut other comprehensive income. So you have to add it to it. You see the total, that's the 35 billion, 34.9, that is 35. Yes. That is what they went to adjust on the balance sheet of the central bank. That's the truth.
Sir Utiena Oadrintra 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Ubetimi de messages no afaso abrain na yajemre akan ama 0548 443 523 na yanyemre enkan o messages ni na emfa ema mene kojo opon kroma ena ewo studio 42 minutes after 4. I'll pause for this short break. Mekan mo messages na akanafe.
I will show you what else that money could have been used for, because
money being
so Sika Bank of Ghana Tiama commercial banks in 2025.
Yes.
For sterilization. You can't want some OBM no. Now they compare to the profits that the commercial banks made. Now if you say they compare what we call real private sector growth, where the money should have or could have gone, opportunity cost where it could have gone, Ubun said, you try to take them on a year. I'll take you into it.
Mate, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM, the Honorable Kojo Kroma MP of Fuase Ayerebi constituency and a ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee in Ghana's Parliament. Enti yebedani yehona yetiwe aba yeba. I'll deal with your messages and then we begin wrapping up on this interview. Stay with us.
No electrical appliances baby bakupe ina ubinya die papa na ne buof Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiisen 100 inches air conditioners, washing machines, blenders, microwaves, kettle, cooking stoves. Your Samsung with CCTV cameras, any crystal clear, never phones, any accessories. You know that Franco number 1 Bura Franco shop beer benwo Nekwajo electrical appliances Yatete small first 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com. Over to your app store, any play store. No download Franco app. Franco still phone papa is here.
Malaria fever, Ontario, typhoid fever, Ontario, body and menstrual pain, Ontario,
Hello, Nadine the Wagadri. I may hear what's on Sama for what you decide.
My hi, your friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yen fan travel to me bio.
And I'm a Crawford was to say me free.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblock you.
They are hope pray to me feed you.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send one no say Sierra. Na ya upgrade won ko yen ATM services for front so.
Na wona manage won ho pa ne wona wo click kan ne ansa na wo modwene ho. Can no cray like play won't crow bit me out of science and feed him. But who buy? Kai say Ecobank ain't free and I ain't send you email and I messaging miss our pin OTP bank card and I Ghana card was sempda. Ma winning now Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Asempa Papa. Good Luck Africa Limited. Ewo Osu Accra. Edi Asem de be bro. Yedi discount kesiye etu your home appliances ni nyina so. Yeti to say shabam. Masa offer we empa hokra. Esanse enya de beba wakwa mu biom. Friends here na beje wo quality appliances. Beje ACs every 2,590 cedis. TVs every 899 cedis echo. Microwaves every 599 cedis echo. Fridges so every 1,599 cedis. Gas cookers no SRC every 1,499 cedis. Any nigga can be brave. Share kwai ewo Oxford Street, Osu Accra. And after Good Luck Africa Eneya ewa homa trofo iso
020-439-1011 and 023-730-0000 020-439-1011 and 023-730-0000.
Good Luck Africa Limited and now umpewe na upedien.
Achedie kesie o. Electroland Ghana Limited die. Ye mamo achedie kesie for our loyal customers o. Because your loyalty deserves more. Ye mamo achedie kesie pa. Big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electroland die #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, TCL, Media and Nasco Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *98*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Inti sa wo to mackerel aye weduane a na what Africa Queen mackerel na we chawenu keke no pokwa.
When I wake up in the morning I brush my teeth.
Fabia, now what you try say na who did you know?
Mom patron sa toothpaste na da de buy no. Se me di chichi me si na me num chichi me na me bo so fno me.
Wey no excuse. Abofra de. Wo sorry no pa. E wo say what you try say. Asan we did. Now, no so Eddie and Yanisre. What you true say?
Yes, ma'am. Medical Kids toothpaste now. Or the buy and run. And they treat me soon.
Why are dear? Cal Kids toothpaste dear. Yeah, mama, fat is someone maybe in fear me, no opium fiancia.
Let me the dead. That's a strawberry. Now you see me dimple.
There be any toothpaste and you toffee. Why? Yes, say the Cal Kids toothpaste. The mama fra with the infame you know. Copy me fiancia dear to tree one say. Every say a boy a sea in one bottle. Ana ashie e pamum wawa e hase ne mana hoden mapa me bomode se medical kids toothpaste be ma me metutri wo mo se abribia Kel Kids toothpaste e ma mo franci tutri ye ni jese
Kel na last year massive. I feel DJI. Asempa from UCF Funday. 30th May. See Havana Bayade. Tama Bayade. Wine. And Edgy I feel UEFA Champions League. Get ready. Asempa from UCF Funday. Yes, a match no Giants Chris no. May boss watola. Eti market date no calendar so. 30th May. Yes, shouty Havana. Asempa from UCF Funday. Powered by Adum FM. Only Adum TV. Mekuesu Yasene. Nasco. Bring home happiness. Soccer bet. Your best bet for sports betting. The digital. If you did Kiss Condom. Start with Kiss Condoms. And go smooth with Kiss Strawberry Gel. The Havana Park and Restaurant. Great tradition. Great entertainment. TSTV. Feel every moment.
Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM. Ekosiisen Dwumadi no wasuguso a utie ne check with your time 10 minutes to 5 p.m. Mede your say bonsu. Mene honorable Kojo Opon Kroma ena AD Enkomo. Mamen kai was a 1 hour boy me dey one-on-one interviews ebremono Syntex Tank eka ho ena afi Siblings Roofing Company. Siblings Roofing Company or more and a Syntex Tank ne boy ma yede one-on-one interviews no abremo and Siblings Roofing Company a company a ba chance de bodan so the whole Ghana or money the new kid on the block say Udu Potting Junction on your way to Winneba from Kaswa Ubehu Siblings Roofing Company ewo nice branding almost signage big one ebo Ubehu Company no kama they deal in aloe zinc and aluminium product self-lock IBR and IDT all roofing accessories or moye caps valley gutters rain gutters side trims and special caves ninyina Siblings Roofing Company eyebi Potting Junction on the Kaswa Winneba Road Frewon 0537 794409 na only one into me any enkomo ombe boa papa na unsu wetimi anya roofing sheet papa e de abo odan so adwuma omo ye no ese weni ense wo katre bomoden se only one ebedi enkomo na omuntimi emwa Electroland Ghana Limited so se enche in less than 50 days World Cup airs here in the US of A, Canada and Mexico. Now as part of the World Cup, no more special World Cup promotion in the Omuniomano Omuma reward. So ukokoto ade we Electroland showroom bia yema reward. In what they are saying is Omuma weekly and monthly big reward. So what Samsung, TCL, Media and Nasco Electronics anywhere in Ghana from any of our authorized dealers or resellers, you qualify to take part in these weekly and monthly reward. Just buy your LED smart TVs, say split air conditioners, say double door fridges, auto grill gas cookers, washing machines, sound tires, microwaves, blenders, even mobile phones. Ubora Electroland showroom be a ubenye be actor. Now auto ria just dial star 928 star 8888 hash and follow the prompt. And I will call register.electrolandraffles.com. You can enter our weekly and our monthly draws. It's approved by the NLA on the Caritas platform. Electroland Ghana Limited, rewarding your patronage the big way. T's and C's apply. Ain't Shannon now only Electroland into me in Nijuma Nanyoma and Koye. New Crystal Health Services. Etra Omone Ashaiman Municipal Assembly and Ashaiman Health Directorate Akabum and the Ashaiman Rising in Good Health campaign no April. Now it's a bold community-wide health initiative designed to freely screen over 50,000 residents of Ashaiman and its surrounding communities. Once away 40 years and above, you qualify to be screened for free. Now you're screening for hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and kidney-related conditions are any sewope yarea e kum Ghana for pa e de mabobosui enye easy. Into ye shall see a March and ye till the end of this year. Yache Ashaiman area nimu unza Ashaiman was 7 zonal councils into Yebeko zonal council by zonal council. Ye shall see from March to April ewo Amuya Jo zonal council. May ye remu till June 2026. Yebeye Ugbemi zonal council. July Yebeko Black Bachona zonal council. August Yebewo Chinaigbe zonal council. Na September yako Manmumu zonal council. October Mancheman zonal council. Na November ye ewo Niman zonal council. Opesa utimun seme ya fre 0544 347239. Once our 40 years and above, Otia Ashaiman and its surrounding communities in Kwadia, you will be screened for free. You'll be screened free. And regular checkups na eboa in the Arabi ehinta uni peduema nuwe hunentem na yetimi aswano na bibia koye ede amount. Mamimra back into the studio na many honorable Kojo upon comma and twa yen common. Honorable Kweku Andrews 8 here and he sent this on Facebook. I say Obi, please ask Honorable Kojo upon comma from the financial statement, did BOG make any profit of 4 billion Ghana cedis in 2024? Comparing the line items which with the 34 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Again, check page 16 of the statement. The line with net loss on gold deals. 2024 5 billion and 2025 9 billion. So how can Honorable say there was no loss in previous years on the gold for reserve program? Kweku Andrews they are praying and Honorable.
Oh, that's it.
Yes.
So I'm a copy of the accounts now.
Okay.
Edana NDC party by a press conference. Omo announce Bank of Ghana results.
Yes.
Omo can send you a press conference na say. Almost say accounts no omo edebeto abontin coaching because it was compiled in accordance with international financial reporting standards.
Yes.
Account na you download the free internet no so no from the Bank of Ghana website. 136 pages.
Yes.
Okay, more there are 2 places in which the auditors and the directors say that the omo can no correct. The auditors, KPMG, or the directors of the bank, almost say the NDC party ne can in yano correct. Me pacho, we page 10, where the independent auditors give their opinion. My highlighting and maybe will green mo. Pacho, can't share with you for.
But why is this necessary relative to question? Me
babe answer because a change in accounting policy.
Okay.
And now the profit that the Bank of Ghana made in 2024, or mutumidity say loss. By no cry no yes ye no mo nkohu ntokwa o more accounting policy for na edo dia ban eno na start do omunya no wo de kan ho no mame
in the way emphasis on matter emphasis of matter basis of account.
Yes.
Okay, emphasis of matter basis of accounting.
Yes.
And to almost say we draw attention to note 2A to the consolidated and separate financial statement which describe the basis of accounting.
The basis of the accounting.
Yes, of accounting,
okay.
Yes. The consolidated and separate financial statement are prepared in accordance with the group's own accounting policies to satisfy the financial information requirement per the Bank of Ghana Act 2002 Act 612 as amended by the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2016 Act 918, the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2025 Act 1158 and the Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921.
Almost say why accounting standards now.
Yeah, BOG good.
Yes. No, almost say use the bank's own group
yes
accounting standards.
Yes.
Use in fact use IFRS.
Sure.
Page 4 Masan highlighted baby in green. That is where the directors of the bank give their bona fides to support the account.
However, the Bank of Ghana Act takes precedence over IFRS accounting standards in the areas noted above, and as a result, the recognition and measurement criteria as set out in IFRS accounting standards as adopted by ICAG have not been applied in these circumstances. The resulting significant departures from IFRS accounting standards as adopted by ICAG are summarized below. So meaning say essentially no omono omadwin say IFRS accounting standard and no use for way
and the reason is that how you recognize some elements also be send message say nanka wo asset there and asset if you swap from one asset class to another a balance sheet you don't come into your operating income statement. It is principally because as part of reset no change accounting policy now at the central bank. First, now central bank use IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, which is also being adopted by the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana.
Yes.
In fact, so we have to say banks now Ghana they are required to use IFRS. SOEs are required to use IFRS. And the Bank of Ghana and Ankasa, to ensure uniformity, they moved to IFRS. When this government came as part of reset, changes, so they no longer use the International Financial Reporting Standards. Use MOM standards. Because of that, and to say valuation gains. If operating account normally they share other comprehensive income anymore. And what you realize, let me answer me 2024 accounts in say. What you realize in the 2024 account, because Omuyi gains, as in the valuation gains, near free operating account. The operating account was short of the profit from revaluation. What they can and bank from a deficit of 9 billion, they moved to a positive of 4 billion. But if you want to share, your friend is saying other comprehensive income. And on report 9.4 now as the headline loss. And in Komoko balance sheet, I was saying balance sheet necessarily take konechi. Because if it's a loss of 9.4, I was saying balance sheet necessarily konechi. Balance sheet ne ban any because the net effect ukatu ni boom sending away 15.6 and 19 ukabomo 34 no. But uka negative 9 no plus I think it was about 12 or so. I have to check it. I don't have it here. Ukamboma a positive 4 into the balance sheet. That is the net equity position improved by about 4 billion. In fact, in a press conference, me show bar graphs no said that was the recovery that was coming. Say net equity position it was recovering. But because of the change in accounting policy, and I can tell you on authority, I know the 2 directors of the central bank who caused this policy to be changed. 2 minimum no more caused this policy to be changed.
Directors of the central bank.
Yes, because no money say so muja policy now. Profit will be recognized in 2024. Like I say, can you about 2022? No, we managed to turn the bank around before we left. So they changed the policy. Said they changed the auditors as well.
So we KPMG.
But these were not the original auditors. They've changed the auditors as well. I'm not impugning any motive on it. I can't do that. I'm a professional. I won't do that. But I'm telling you, so why several changes? Sir, accounting policy no change from IFRS. No?
Yes.
Saying can we use old accounting policy now? You would have recognized the profit in 2024, but they changed it so that they could tell the story that there was still a loss of 9.4. Even though they claimed there was a loss of 9.4, when they went to the balance sheet, the net equity had a positive turnaround because the net effect was positive. But so we say ebia emu enko kwaku into the same accounting policy no and then nema se woka se why 15 why bekwa ku na 19 wa fi uka bomu a negative 34 obi ntan obi but bank na ye nyina yesika korabia bad time I was say ye bohu ban Tama now say eduambum bokoko no. Afi de utinisu. Yeah, they ask a message about the top and say there's a problem. You enjoy politics, no. Now you confront it. Tell me a case any investigation. My 2.5 years. You stop over there. No. They say I do 9. And when him said they have not changed the structure of the gold purchase program. They haven't changed it.
Now the only change we are told is that Bank of Ghana is no longer involved.
But they have not changed the structure. They have not changed the structure. And Tikano before for na eba bebo sa akano. Because Bank of Ghana say to me more sa akani bill. I can show you where omde sa akane kwa ko share next time. Say can my year if gold board books mo dey abeshe Bank of Ghana books. No 9 billion.
Yes.
Me kan di atam sa. Ene na be. A normal buyer is there some big say let's change the structure. No, say Debbie, there's nothing wrong with the structure. But no one say Bank of Ghana enye bill. Into one be. De kana ko share baby before. I know an authority where they have moved it to. 2026 we say a one person de kana ko share. Under the gun wrap no gold now more better on a door so crossing they did 9 billion buy you. But omo a kana fi Bank of Ghana de ko share baby foforo. Ye nim baby foforo de ko share. In our recommendations, the solution is to go back to the old structure. Cost of sterilization, say you can get this money without paying these amounts. Don't do this. Ubon say Wednesday, the alternative proposals BEBAP seeking to correct it. Wednesday, there's something we have to say about the 93 billion.
Yes.
Because they say
the total equity.
The total net equity.
Minus
you 93 billion no crash say
zero.
Zero. So you have to pay more than 93 billion. And no your view on how it should be done. And also you the but
why do we have to pay? Because time ye bought 60 billion no. At the time ye
net equity about 55
billion.
Yeah.
So no, the BOG was not capitalized by government.
There was supposed to be a program to recapitalize.
Okay.
That program was rolled out. So say recapitalization. Recapitalization, you need to mobilize Sika.
Yes.
And how they are recapitalization is taxpayers' money. What you say? I'm sure you are privy to all the stories about the tax measures and for bogu say no I don't want to go into that one. Whatever it is now, we have to recapitalize. They say I do 93, we have to recapitalize. So we have to raise that revenue to recapitalize. So revenue say I'm confronting situation then now and recapitalizing and now. Next year, do you know what could happen to the bank? And even this year, 2026. Until say the politics not to change. Ni jai say account na come NDC party no more. No. Let's get serious on a professional level and deal with it and try to fix it.
Kujo upon Chroma ena yetin and can I was say shena yede yen common SC. It's already 7 minutes after 5. Panel members now so I crowd was say you call into your discussion segment. More the messages by into me and kaino Monfa and Chain. We say Obi listening to Honorable KON from the boardroom of Nkrumah Associate. Kojo is very intelligent, excellent analysis. Kwesi Botwe Junior Esquire and on the way abraying. Kwesi Yedase Papa Kojo Yedase so the best answer didn't come over.
Yeah, I count the message say Asemba na say yeah my advisor. You see, I keep making this point. Yet now been for 8 years. We got some things right, we got some things wrong. You know some of the things are say ye ni year be Ghana ni na abain ye strom say ye kasa omuntie. It will save all of us a lot of headache. And some I account about gold, and some I account about sterilization. Komuti Kenya say 93 billion. Many we babe chetu they shouldn't see everything through political lenses. They should listen.
Very well. Kujo upon Chroma and a training cano. Yabedani and Waba Yaba. Kojon Safwa Poku Abekansa Ewo Studio ha. Engineer Frank Pedro Asare Esquire and Swabe Kansa Ewo Studio ha. Moma Yentiwe Emra Yeba Yeshasye Eddie and Komo. Your discussion segment, no, Yade Ebebremo. After this very, very, very short break. Muntrain Yeba Sisia.
1xBet,
Ahana good deal so. Make a game on promo on your website onexbet.com.gh. On our app no so. You find the iPhone 16 Mystica open $5,500 series. More promo code Game on GH. OneXBet. I'm gonna help Koso. Anyone in Diagrono. Gambling when you're true. Into Chanwashe Yemo. And Yamawana won't dim fear doing what you. Gaming Commission of Ghana. Ajin Kratoyatu.
Achedie kesie o. Electroland Ghana Limited die. Ye mamo achedie kesie for our loyal customers o. Because your loyalty deserves more. Ye mamo achedie kesie pa. Big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electroland die #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, TCL, Media and Nasco Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *928*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Eyampo se akwantuo mu nsem ye kan yunim na wanko bia na ye o sa atesem eno ma bebre na Ghana de hye namu wonkofo amanso de wotia woni beje ene de owura beho hwekura yewo yesi slow ato eya 20 inches 3 days yet mimpie we eyekro Energy ti abrochen komo akwaku amankwa akontajo edi bro wa Asempa 94.7 FM so
idru me menda na se nwa no mo ama no ne ye omosua kakra ye omusu ehunu ye nsu yatie ye nyina etrasia ni aka bom
memre da bia e bonosia epem se ya ekosi na wotwe etwendwere ye ho e wo abroche se de yakohu eni de abedru fie de yehu ni ehwe de ye ne de aba de enye no eni kwase ye
ze na je se chinkumo na dimu tintimpa
ye bewe no ma hodo a e won krofo aman so a ye betimi di aboa Ghana amana fa ne to ma pefra o man yimpuntu na habot san passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wa brochen ko modwumadi yi mu ye besa so mo akwanya no wa kire wadwen Robert David Nicolas free Germany Kobe yeah Amsterdam concept what for about jefu e wo mo e wa amana ne nyam wo mo atrama no de na wo mo tipie no mo kura na so program no mo aso project no e nwanwa shene so say ye memene da bia 6 p.m. Boganie abrochen komoni
Hello, Medindi Wagadri. Na mei wasn't some of what you just said.
My hi, your friend Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yen fan twa to me bio.
Anami Crawford was to say me free.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblocking.
Even dia hope pray to me feed you.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send on no se Ciara. Na ya upgrade won ko yen ATM services for fraud so.
Na wona me ne ji won ho pa ne wona wo click ne ansa na wo modwene ho. Kono kre like play won crow bit me ato science and fidi mu bo hu ban kai say Ecobank in free ana in send wo email ana message in me sa pin OTP bank card ana Ghana card wasem da ma winning now Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
African Prince,
Enti sa wo to makala e woduane a na wato African Queen Mackerel na we no keke na mpakwa
Semi sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me di twitwi missing. And mommy confidence. The money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifit go so na me srea. Yo nwa me the Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi missing. Oba de ni pa e wo bi die mu no. Ene dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy si ho bai e free mowa e boy si mu tokro. E si ahye ene enu munka. Sure say amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yet center for.
Media magic Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Nishuna no pa na dwa me kodano. E ma me si ye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibi na ma. Na me si 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ani ama me nim di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. E na si ye fita. E ma na hoden. Ne sayi nkabia. Wo wonu mi hwam. Enti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi
Kel happy smile.
FDA aje ejodi nkrato ya tomo.
na last year you're massive. I feel DJI. Asempa from UCF Sunday. 30th May. See Havana Bayer Day. Tama Bayer Day. Why? And edge I feel UEFA Champions League. Get ready. Asempa from UCF Sunday. Yes, a match no Giants Crimson. Na ye boss watola. Eti market date no calendar so. 30th May. Yes, show T Havana. Asempa from UCF Sunday. Powered by Adum FM. Only Adum TV. Nasco, bring home happiness. Soccer bet, your best bet for sports betting. The digital Efedini. Kiss condom, start with Kiss condoms and go smooth with Kiss strawberry gel. The Havana Park and Restaurant, great tradition, great entertainment. TSTV, feel every moment.
Asempa FM.
Oriwa, Oriwa.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Biba, Bibo, Biba, Asempa na bo. Boswa wo mini sempa de brane mama obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asoguso a wotie no ma yenamu nyina asene mama kwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen dwumedie ye discussion segment na Ebremo Max Buy and a Sasso spray boye ne de sa segment ye abremo medical to my name say yensa aka energy consultant and a member of the New Patriotic Party Kojo in Safwa Poku studio Hassan so ena would any trim Minerals Commission director in charge of mineral titles engineer Frank Pedro Asare Esquire on Swaba Cancer studio Hanti in Penifome ne won eba bedi enkomo ma menshase Kojo Safapoku akwaba na apom te sen
munya boko emse enene first time one maba Ekosiisen
first time
na me wadamfo bi one ne ka asem o se masa Ekosiisen Ekosiisen de FC ona esi afia wo bia se nsempi no ankusi ba bia se ne Ekosiisen timi da se ya so ba chia won ma chia wati fo no ahwefo
omojoso pa nya menshraw engineer Frank Pedro Asare akwa bete sen
ya bru nyamiadom me hoye flip osebos obi
Minerals Commission ya boko de
nyamiadom shishe biada na kwemwa bibia ekoyo
edanyamiase inti I mean the whole of last week not the most topical issue was the issues are near war with the empower sector and the challenges are na a war. Fortunately, the announcement was made saying engineers no etumi ayejuma ama all the turbines now back on stream ama some relief kakra only for weekend no the Bank of Ghana issues not to take over and the namsoma yeni onabu Kojo upon kroma edi hu enkomo but Kojo uwa haidie briefly on power challenges no utie energy minister or the president ebo apro kwa akosombo ekohwe adwuma kese na engineers no relatively na stable kakra at least in the last 3 days me boy
say weekend ni be pem na de me Kumasi me de manifest mo me free Kumasi ba na nwumre say weekend na afra na otwe before no na gu mu na eduma but that weekend dem say igina so kakra one or two posts on social media of but you know they be ameka say electrical sector na you running on localized problems dia ubitumi akase emba yintumi nya da ekroni nyina be kase kania endu ya na enuanom ne omunsam keka na omkeka in opposition no na right now is coming back to bite them na nka wo hwe system a running in Ghana and certain outages shouldn't be a problem, and I say it shouldn't be politicized. And some could see Oshe Jumadin engineers here Akosombo. Yes. The initial part, nanka politics be abem MD you can't say on step aside the investigation. People even went media MPP for Nakoshiho, which is very unfortunate. I don't see say be able to me in between. I can say MPP ni be to me and I say Amanyo Semunti Japadi Tesano Ubia Koshino. And engineers na idea they have been able to bypass control room and they current electricity directly to the control room in Tema. So right now they are doing the controls from Tema to supply the nation. And there are still pockets of problem across the country. I don't think say we are out of the woods yet, but it's better.
But you also believe it when the minister said the challenges was exacerbated by Ijane Towo Akosombono.
Yes.
And once we deal with that, Nyoma beye stable relatively. The for the want of a better expression, the fear mongering and it was just down to Akosombo.
Yeah, na tembiano bibi sina abisia bibi kwan.
Okay.
Na ekroni nyina no. I think say na edru pempen so bia na nipa pi kankani adunduma sem.
Sure.
Social media, various media reportage, Kumasi, even Ashanti region, Emma Ashanti regional NDC chairman, Kokase, ECG 4 managers been a sabotage.
Yes.
The Monday before that, ECG MD call Kumasi, Ekuyi, and Ranti, you be free ho. Emma me cry me grantee interview say na Ranti amuko yi wo mu, say mu yi wo mu kanya dum no enjoy. And those things na ekoso that was Santimemu and other parts of the country. And the Ibiso which is the outage, from the fire, So we Akosombo any pong free more. It's 1,200 megawatts. It's huge.
Yes.
Because Akosombo nyajuma pong to me nyajuma. And I think that 4-5 days now I think it was a national disaster. Until now it's over now. The real problems are existing. ECG for say overloading of transformers. Media they be me come say so we can say more. And you need to be brave. Obi mame in free if you mumbai no so free former bar. No nsiambo you be so buchia. Your mama busumi mi enso. Your mama busumi nsion. It can't be forever. And me maka and I'm the sector we know and me tiasie sin nipa bebre. I made the man no in coma me do a sector we at least from 2012 14 years me din come we on a daily basis. I just have sat in meetings. Our weather has a lot to do. Now there's a lot. The weather is hot. And we see June, July, August. Weather never conform. We don't use as much air conditioning as much. Until the reliever Ghana for you here no. Na maintenance we need maybe sector nimuno or my. After that, na yebehwe some say busumi miensa busumi nsia yebehwe say busumi miensa de busumi nsia ze be October beba se kania na dumu se etia yenko ba bia aja otwetwe apon wo he obema yen nkwane ahoden de ya betena ade ho nkomo.
That's fine. Pedro, minim what you think, baby. Our reporter when you're from Seshuyo so near the Nyoma is stable kakra in the last 3 days.
Yeah, very stable. Like I said last week na a topic because my culture say a banyina kania ho asem no betumi de ayama yosem na so okọ from party anyama yosem because he doom lighter ye sheda mbisa say efie A or B wan mo na eto and na light no
yes
ye de bibia in fact we businessman
sure
kania ya na de be your business artisanal people and one of your business even so we public service kania no in a way essential boy because who could do a dumnak and any walk Obi banner or so render service. They serve, for instance, minerals commissioner, facilitation for every form of mineral right for the minister to approve. No, now can any genset in so in your human baby uncle no inti there affect every facet of life. But so far so good. Na komona na ekoso nyina no na kojina say import before say na to renchem ne besi wakosombo no na ye were pockets of some lighthouse ne yibia na ekoso a ECG ene energy ministry paying for me etiase maka cho say atem no say we need light na omo hweso no omo ni wudi nkomo na omo bowa no ba say oh montwen ochena ibenya light amegidi say eno ye since wo ntehwe wo hwa na be don hwe be adunu ni edumu kania untumi you cannot plan your life the way aduma wo ECG a wonni mu but enene de omo be ka kire ye say wo hwe the power sector na your generation, transmission and distribution. Until Oshe Babia ye investment ekoye emrebi etwemu enokra pono enesti ye ni reserves ekogina generation no nti free hydro no ye say enya sadia ye nkotema na ye kotema no so ye hwe say afoforo betumi abeka ho nti independent power producers ebamu ame aye bia kama aban dada no aban ye wosu ni even aban ye ba ya ansa na bandada eba ni na kodu baby say ye generative ya say o say transmit na fe de to me a supply ko afiefie mu baby wo ho a ye population akosoro akodu baby a afi de omo ete ho no kakra na overload aba distribution transformer ne so net triple tisade ayenhwe na yemfa program bi mra ebetumi aboa na titiri enye supply transformers no distribution one akese no na yenche be 3000 wo memu senye be ya baby a population na ekosoro na enu nti kakra na omo machines no triple no ebetumi aye I think say eno so ekoso na ade ba ko a eye very significant nkomo a ekoso ya moka bi mo se Ghana engineers enye se bia me engineer nti me electrical engineer but Ghana one of the best engineers we have electrical engineers oko grid co oko VRA oko ECG aturenche mi esi kosikoko bi eni ho ye engineers ya eno modi o madwen e ka bon ho esiesie ana ye nyasa yi nti o se e bo mo abaso na ye bo management a ewo both Greco akosombo VRA efo nyina abaso any ministry modern ministry ni so a ensure san but measures no modi ato ekwan mu no me hu ni say temporary the entire temporary ni say control room eshe na say ye bypass ya what it means they say there's a main line so we need to go there ya may ni nko na afede ya nkoje ni nyina nkogu bypass ni so na no so koje ne ho a ni asan so yes I will say may ni ko which I know say the honorable minister and his team will do that and are doing that see obi kania ni do obi ape na sisi aye say ni de emfa ho ni party awo emfa ho ni asori awoko emfa ho ni nton awobo gina so a eboye nyina ebompa ye say the omayi ombekoswa ni and there is so much investment in the energy sector under this regime and we are hopeful say ebegina so ma ye nyina ye nyankania no
very well
me onzaka the osikasa ye anka obo opposition na anka kasa omo kasa sa onzanka en fight same it's no ni obi wo ho me no I think say amanyosem no both parties should learn and NDC in power o hwe omo kasa mu a sana nko omo opposition no omo kasa ya anke nei ankasem ya ni ho
opposition dey hope aban ma ba
would be the desperation no there no any problem no afi no aka no ran wo so wonti ase afi wo begina ban mu a na ye de ahye won sase e de ekoye mi ehwe na akofa ensem bebraba eno ne de to make out ase because binya akasa kama the kania di obi ahia say yes yin na yinim kania so obi ahia na there be no be aka can you dum da kokra haram na mampanyi tina so na say insem bebre etino me de say but footwear ye dey my nnuano mo amanyo say mama ye njai unnecessary politics will not help this country.
Yeah, it's true. I was going to ask with your experience and knowledge in the sector, no, the last analysis I made showed say now we've even eaten into a reserve margin as a country. And even now that Akosombo is back on stream fully, you know, say any of the other plants, say Kim, we may be in deep trouble. Yes. It is if you have to advise the minister, baby, I was saying the focus areas see a power on your thing.
On say nkomo we no nkomo a yenum be from the civil society side no. Ya advice say aban even did the presentation to parliament. Minya on say the bia meka say e bia wedding fee 9. Now maami akodjom no akoto trousers for 6-year-old amount. Na yo hojo. Yeah. But in undi 7 no na yo boske ubi nyina shim sure na maami akoto 10-year-old for amount na wa share ayo boske ba ubi nyina shim. As a nation the bia yini every year estimated media me no basic crime ebinum about 8 to 10% growth a year.
Yes. And the commission said 12%.
Well, and calculation it becomes a problem because as the capacity grows, we calculated 12% of the growth now, it becomes a bit too much. Yeah. And they are 12,000, 4,000. Okay, 10% to cry off.
That's so 400 megawatts.
Exactly, growth a year is a bit too much. We make it 250 megawatts.
Okay.
Minimum we grow about 250 megawatts every year. Say okay, SS capacity in command need in 2017. You design command in 2017. Because in 2017, when that was about 2,000 megawatts of power, now you're contracting, take or pay, you so but as of 2019, no, NASA SS capacity in command. Because then no, we had now gone into 18 to 20% reserve margin now. No. As a nation, you need policy for reserve margin. Because on said excess capacity on its own is not a problem.
Sure.
The only time it becomes a problem is that there is no revenue stream to pay for it. As a nation, I will say some policy now, your revenue stream one. Yeah, was say okay at every point in time, or see 20% of our capacity as reserve margin, and this is how we pay for it. Say the bear 2 cities we become electricity home, not timemufo etia because it's a luxury. Say politician no osuro say obeko akọ contract capacity no na afia be ye na ekada ho enyintumi ntua entino hwe ya between 2017 and 2020 because of the excess capacity no the amount of PPAs are MPP are buying sign no na endorse almost sign the AXA in Kumasi right now almost sign AXA that is going to be up in Takoradi and there's also Senate which was also signed for Kumasi and no any new PPAs was contracted that will come on. AXA in Kumasi is already generating, but combined cycle no Mugusu or Musi. The Takrady one is being yet to be built. Also, Muko PULC Minister man no objection. It was Muko PULC ko approval for pricing no. But say the wokan no. O share ye installed capacity. The dependable. Any right now where we are as peak demander is about only 800 megawatts, which we use 18 to 20%. Reserve margin now we are out of it. As we grow right now no instead say anka as a nation no ye be in front of the curve no right now we are behind the curve. But the only reason is that you need policy to resolve that. There's no policy. PULC for yakan ministry yakan parliament yakan until that policy is made. Say we are going to put this amount of money there for capacity for the future, or we are going to have maybe 20% reserve margin, and this is how we are going to pay for it. Because when Obika say, oh, nasa capacity no, any be more use there, I didn't turn MPP for year home did 2017. The reason it was a problem in 2017 is that Oba Bemu, Upiskaya hospital, Upiskaya Quine, Upiskaya education. Then all of a sudden, without knowing, you are faced with about $300-400 million a year of a debt. I also will be with a machine, which is a take or pay. In Tusha, within 3 years, Kenofrata paid about almost $1 billion to these take or pay. That $1 billion, can you imagine what a bit by Yamakuri, bit by a hospital, bit by a coin, bit by a bibre, into $1 billion that was paid for capacity. But it's not a problem if there was a revenue stream there. Yes, Sika way near Chiakadia. And this is almost 1,500 megawatts.
And our excess capacity charges, no, PLC factor into the.
They are not factoring, no. PLC only factors your losses, no.
Yes.
Losses, no. Only 24% of the losses is factored into electricity. Now it's about 35-40%, which is quite high. But PLC doesn't factor the excess capacity into our electricity. And the way forward, say, Obiabetie asema yaka is to yeso see sinkunya. Now, the Parliamentary Subcommittee on Energy and the PURC, you have to sit and say, look, yenye education in Magana for say the ne de one city account fuel obi tuase de kwako ye ye hwe kwan bia asa one city ni bi kura ne be pone e de akase okay mu 50 pesos ye mfa to ho enfanye excess capacity. Then you know say whenever there's excess capacity sika wo hwa ye de bitua. If not obia suro so ba ko fa ka ba tuna Ghana for akase na mo de ka ba enti the capacity we can't be in front of the curve. We are always behind the curve.
Yeah, I get you, and I think this conversation should continue. Ekosiisen cinema yenhwe yemra pedo minim say wo bibi kafa proposals you on be na fa yemra bank
reserve margin asem ne de wo no we nim de wo sector ninti wo tai e boso pa. In fact am ye di nkomo akosombo asem ne baye no, and it is mostly in our part of the world, no, at renchen ban sania kai sa no mawe nti ye free mu no o se nyina ye de eni ekọ na eno ne ma me bo omampanyi mahama baso abra na o wa ba mu in 2016. No, one of the conversations was about identina or generation capacity, no, samren mu na America power ne asobi na ejina ne nanso kasa koso. And like senior ekan ye no etelebia o positioner utumi de normal bi mo ya amanyosem oba ba mu kra na, because mind you, even though he speaks for MPP no, most often he are not fair because of a civil society organization. But at that time in sembe no manka amfa the Mahama administration on capacity
now on
mobile, yes. But and you now have come to see say and I know say under this regime, no, whilst we are looking at hydro, looking at thermal, no, so solar and so account. I'm told say we is working on about 250 megawatt of power. I know by solar. That said, I no so put up a program. Say every year beyond to me, I'm fair beyond I'm for about 300 megawatt of power. Enka say sub programs we in our coswa. Begin say a bit me aboa, but the elephant in the room ni say why need ya, because opio e was say winya e bimane boroso for the hiada na sisi ana aboroso na ye nyuso no hwan ntua ehwo ne nkomo no nti megitum se wo se ekoso edi nkomo no nyina ya gitum ne yete ase se wenya amanyo emfa ho ne party e wa ban mu no ye nka ne aye yo no e wo se etumi nya bi emani si nchen a eno de se ye mfa anya hwempo esi ho na de ye bibi no se bibi ekoba se e wo se ye de beka ho na bibi ampo maya enam se population no ye koso enyini ntino ebra ye benyini ano enhia se fe ne ye de ye ni abeye ho hantwe ye nimba bi a ye kofa bi afi na ye de gumu sa. It is very laudable. Me gidi se ye nkomo a wo se ye koso ne ye di na ye hwe ye reserve margin no na at least ye tumi nya as a policy say for every point in time it was say Ghana say o mine ye de off peak ne peak period ni na to nchen ye wo say ye nya reserve margin a ye this megawatt inti say ye ni no samre na e wo say ye program any policy a betumi am ye nya na tambia say e da ho.
Fortunately for us, I mean the last in Komamini John Janapodi, you know, now they want to ramp up immediately 1,100 megawatts for now. said ye bear at least, because the engineers will tell you say reserve margin a matter of course it should be there as part of the system. 18-20% of total generation reserve na edao. Unibia, you are in deep problem. And I also am a former ECG MDD in common. He suggested say social off-peak periods now. Sometimes total demand off-peak any generation no when 300 megawatts be excess off-peak. Ubenya ebi ho 200 megawatts ba eba because off peak no udima nte say peak period no all that power no go waste eco waste nso a cost on ECG eventually minimum bit and he was suggesting say sa excess power kakrana eba during off peak no can we save or store that power,
which is where the battery system
that comes in. And he suggested that we should build
that's a new technology.
Yes,
you see the battery technology now is new.
Yes.
You see, whenever yes, discussion we know there's a key component nobody talks about it. Valco. Valco is a key component of power discussion.
Power, of course.
Say discussion here because Valco running only one port. It takes away its availability it diminishes it. Valco go 2-3 ports the other problem about. Now said do big can about the battery system. The battery technology is still developing. Even it was a month ago, a 40-footer container that can house 5 megawatts.
Oh, okay.
Before, now the highest a 40-footer container can house was 1 megawatts. Now there's a technology that has advanced for the five times that amount to be fitted into
one container.
One 40-footer container. Now, if you're looking at storing power of 300 megawatts, how many of the 40-footer containers will be here? 60. At the if you are using the 5, if it was a 1 megawatt, you need 300. There is the inefficiency of a system when you now scaling at that high. Yes, it's a conversation that needs to be explored. Okay, Dr. Baumia manifesto, you got 2,000 megawatts
of solar.
Yes, and those were embedded. Say that battery system will be done alongside. But the technology is new, but alongside, I think eventually they say EV. First, not EV. You can't want some massive say a and the amount of EV cars in Ghana is a lot. So it is a new technology that I think eventually is something that we incorporate because the SS minpo there na me say there is what you call the net metering. Net metering allows almost solar. Homogeneity more during the day. They can feed it onto the grid during the day. Then a numerical or hybrid system. A numerical ni solar no esan or switch by electricity. Then solar now they might grid he gets it as credit.
Some net off
before electricity to be used when you run. And then but to have a policy you be implement this annual. That's why a promoter said there should be. Right now, Ghana, we should have a renewable agency.
Yes,
it's long overdue. We need a renewable agency, and it was in the MPP manifesto that we need to do because Oshenyoma Air Koswa Bu Solar, Akosombo, Bu Solar, VRA Solar. Bu is doing solar, Akosombo is doing solar. Who is now regulating that solar? Now there's EV. EV sits with Ministry of Transport, but really and truly, EV shouldn't sit with Ministry of Transport. EV is renewable, so it owns it. As a there's a need to have a complete look of our entire system and reorganize some of these things. That is why we have proposed that there's a need to have a renewable authority.
That's interesting. I mean, renewable authority, and then more and highlighting the campaign.
It's there.
It's in the manifesto.
First of all, no. Oh, say you will be our campaign. I can be confusing. You will be some technicalities. No, you don't bring it up. But the renewable authority, say even with the before MPP coin, there was some bills being in Parliament. We wanted to add netco to ECG. Then strip add PURC to Energy Commission. Add PURC to Energy Commission. Then have the thermal So have a thermal authority, which will now be responsible for the also VRE. They have some thermals. VRE should be a hydro. So strip the thermal from VRE and let VRE only be hydro. Then the thermal now mostly a costly a creative problem or books strip it from them
from hydro.
Then that was on the same side now say okay, then have a renewable authority to also strip the initiatives now building VRA so that the new technologies even when you share to give a more effect to the net metering, all the initiatives that renewable agency to handle the renewable. Then you now reconfigure Energy Commission, which is now added PLC to give more focus, because they don't say PLC for by EV charges because there are new things that are coming up. Ghana will not expire tomorrow. We need to have an environment that will also take care of Ghana for the next 60 years, and the new technology.
But because PRC is specifically economic regulator, Energy Commission is technical regulator, merging them it would
because you technical regulator and a commercial regulator.
Yes.
Okay. Now there are areas on say PRC no majuma any technical commercial regulation. PRC have other side which is also looking after customer complaints, customer there are other side of PRC, consumer protection and all those things, right? Now share Energy Commissioner, there are other areas IPP. Okay, you want to do an IP, independent power producer. Your first point of call, Energy Commission, to get a provisional license, right? Then your processes, in terms of your pricing, all those things, then you have to go to PRC for that.
Yes.
So the NIA can say, then you can do all that in one-stop shop.
Okay.
You don't have to now go from one agency to another. Yes, you have departments in it, but to have all the two talking to each other right now, as it stands, is Energy Commission in PRC. They don't talk, right? This everybody's in a silo. And there are new technologies that are coming up that will need the two to have. Now, you're defining roles better for the next 60 years. Because an EV said EV is under Ministry of Transport. Ministry of Transport should not have EV. EV should be under the renewable authority.
Okay.
Then the regulator is who? The regulator is Energy Commission. But there are some aspect of that is also PULC.
It's true. It's true. A lot of nuances in there, but we'll see how it goes. And then I was seeing Yamres near dealing with Bank of Ghana Seminole. Pedro, I'll start with you on that one. Now, I mean, in Como, I course wait here for majority side, minority for also the Omodie Abba, and the medical job upon Cromedin Como extensively. Where you stand on this, Ban Sanano, Mamin Camfo Sasso spray, Emma Wana Wuti. It's the best insecticide spray and mosquito coil in Ghana. Boy busiaho by bon cram by in the NA or more malaria enya any adeno eso teba because of sasso ye spray any mosquito coil no and cause headache any nasal congestion be and mosquito coil be wa so wa obedema de betina uti e dwan wo se bibi no me pa chew sasso and tessa ikum tontom ikum all other flies crawling and other household insect on contact. Once on be into contact with the spray ni bia omubi wu e wo ho a esan jaw that fresh clean lemon scent the sasso there uyusu a unsan enhia any other spray be I would be spray them or any other there be unyanya saswa a year 2-in-1 ejuma edemount your 750 ml or 300 ml for the spray and as 165 grams and so for the coil a year ejuma pa sasso no I just kumentontom precon. It's another quality product from Samara Company Limited and the FDA AJ atom frewon it was 0246 864798 na only one into me in the encomo sasso ikumuntontom precon into mon shannon so yes ma member engineer BOG matters arising.
Obiansa na me ko BOG so no. Nkrano etro BC.
Yeah, BC started
and
yes.
Meaning say I chose and cheyo 24 years ago. And I'm true view Seshi Enyabrim.
Enyabrim.
Yes, Satan.
And I say RC.
There be said na me call Rosel. Nana Rosel ewo Boakon on preparatory school. By a neat center. Tisamrano. Na ye nyina na ya betron when ye brim. Yeah. No masan so atwam. Emre zamrem na omampanyin kofo aba ne second year mu an tisanka the second year mu an no na was ye culture ni bio sa no mo bo world cup so no remember a good experience team me mfa wakwanya we so na me ma omo atwero nyina tinkwa na me show mo den say the omo kwakoye a part of the stages in life. Maybe Germany ya metai back to my former school. Me kwa me catch we say doctor ni no won no, engineer no won, lawyer no won. Ubetimi ayeti so no. Emra no te say won no ye lawyer. No engineer. So obi a person oyeti so no. Emre bi twam say ya. So obi say na nkonya GSTS obeba no OP St John's. Nti everyone e kofa GSTS. Obi nkomo we ya ye di na da no. Na papa bi so bi say na menu ansafo ene kojopon asembem pa na esi sache jamase enu nti e matum pa na esi egbo mukwohwe NDC aban ama Bank of Ghana poka no bibi say na economy amujaye no na ka mususu say this nkomo ekoso nyina is the price we have paid for recovery from babia yebeto ye no obi obe diaban obaya nipa wode amamoni ma wono wo se oman no apratete nti wontumi amu ema impo omanfo na omode omusika akoto bond wo mani mu no bontumi entua eyi a champion penso free so a ebinsi bio international sika yakwaje se ye de be ye oman ni ye ne awie yakotua nipa no so wode de sika beto ho na wono so de akoye de wode be yentumi ntua sab abano na banks are most of them indigenous omoboaboa omanfo no no mutu etumi ye adwuma emokwaje bosen kakra no mo de akoye adwuma kakra no motu banks so a yagugu no sa economy ni yebeto ye ema economy ni degenerate ya kodum pempen so bia inflation koya kodu be 54% eno mo a cha asen kakra ye ba na do 23%. Na your exchange rate no and also the affected bibia yes be do ya and also ekoya kodu mpembi kra na be 17.1 at a point in time na e ba ya the time mo hand over my na be 14 and na make us be 15 into obi wo ene de sa oman na mawa obede o sa wodwen hontem na Bank of Ghana no eyemra and this Bank of Ghana into share Bank of Ghana Act 2002 na Act 612 and they amended somewhere in 2019 Act 930 actually pefe ne botaye ne ba ko ne say obehwe for economic stability obi enye no grana Bank of Ghana krona e also share for financial stability obi enka wana inti say oban aba na aban dadano 3 consecutive terms Bank of Ghana eboka yamoka Bank of Ghana na at a point na was so omutwesika gum to sustain this economy because at the time omo baba mu no na omo bedu ye na ye books ne ye nti na outlook ne ye nti no wokọ babia na otumi enya bi eno omo sha ase so omo je bond infie ba kon ne bosumi kakra ni ya nye bond bia omo koje
bond
internationally locally no yes important chey so we are away local ones no na omosha say so moje bond because na books na ye ntini akwaji 2.5 franklin 10 pent ye bonsem ye ne ye tumi kwaje bosia ni ye wache party na ye bo see ye wie kodu baby na obi ase na economy be ni mo ma eka na mene mo ma sisi ade mo ba ye ntumi mo bosia bio nti edeben ene ebeye ene saade a yeseremo ye kana ye demo no ye ne mo ntrance ni ye ntiti bimfiri so sa economy no wo ba na opese o stabilize the Ghanaian cedi opese wo boa na inflation eba form a e wo se wo hwe agencies ben ene wo man mu a omo mandate ene no inti bako eye Bank of Ghana e kwan be na ebetumi di ye monetary policy no aboa omanfo inti emre bi twemu Bank of Ghana boka 2022 2023 2024 saka na eboye no anyanso nsanso bia ewo Ghana fo so ewo ne papa mu nanso eka wenya ye ka ho asem die eye ka yese eye the cost for the stability of the Ghanaian cedi, the stability of the economy. I didn't think that ye can say.
But they have argued, sir, you leave out certain critical ways, sir. A canal mobile in 2022. Ask you upon Chroma.
From the Bank of Ghana, records now, the minority led by Ata Isa majority led by Ata Isa had no, but apart from BOG need not to have spoken because the documents are coming from BOG. They are to join. But what I'm saying is, sir, 15.3 na ye di mun komoni nyina no. Ene omodia omochire mu say a graduate because we shouldn't have come to this far. We have showed you some of the laws. For instance, the domestic good purchase program. Enuntino ya to me anya be $11 billion about back into our economy. Na eno abua we business person and na so we business person krana we ordinary Ghanaian na what ade wo dwa so a and now the stability of the Ghanaian cedi ntino obia ho ehihan no samre na wo ka say 9 billion or ka 2 billion whatever billions they are talking about no net sana samre na wo ka sa no na inflation etisen inti kojo any MPP for any case omuni asembia because as in common ye did say
that's a massive drop.
Obi then a call 54 ne dey say enu hiamo everyone they could do 54 they did all this. You have forgotten say at the time no now if no mobile introduce E-levy you must answer the E-levy by so you will know say time one ebiana eye 54 no now there were certain things and abandoning something to or mind for so into about from no what were the consequences on the Ghanaian people economic recovery na ye kan ho asem no into one or the E-levy about to so ye can send cra kire wa say a double taxation because aduma ye no ha nyina boso me ye betua woka say sika hye bi botom na me koto ade na ye nte tax bia in free so na say ye just ade a ye pese ye promote na say what da because one obeka kire ye say ye mfa ye sika no kom more electronic na beboa ye kura fi akonfo ho afa de sika no kodu electronic a wa share ho say obeji ye tax ho ye kan ho nsam a ene ye ba ye ho ana say every ho inti say wo ye 9 wo ye whatever billion 9 billion at that time na Ghana 40 year E-levy na 15 na ye ntua E-levy impono samre na wo yesa no na Ghana for at the time no omo cost of living because yen intum at the only time obi e maybe buy ya abansesa e buy ya normal bo e call from kakra a chiransa ne be pagya 2001 emra ye mampanyin kofo e buy eno so na e wo de ntia etesa na ye won kofo no omo adwen ni se entumi nkoba se Rollins as a military person and what convert ya be civilian no obejamu na civilian and answer a different party atumi take over into sad down na e bae no eno bia nya so mfa so em yetete no maso ka but we time no e be ginai but this time round wo hwe
normal de na etie abra ye baba mu any sisi ade etia obi you can attest to the fact say in such rayabem positive. Some of them ebia in such ebia nyamai ebinsu akosro san economy tie you don't expect say ni nyina beba from sa and you don't expect say ni nyina be gina pe and you don't expect say ni nyina be kosro but relatively no when na inflation no ade a ye kan ni nyina agu nsanie so na ye kari na ye di ya chem ni ehu say netie. At this time the inflation is about 3.8. Na sa 3.8 something no eboa omanfo ni nyina inti me madwin mu no. Yes, Bank of Ghana has not said anywhere say there've not been losses, and at the NDC as a party so can say there've not been losses. However, the air can say this loss is the cause for economic stability, and there is evidence, ample evidence to show. In fact, enye saying tokwaya ACC wo Iran for any Israel any US ya na ye nyina ebedia to mu say a price of fuel ya beto ye time ye hand over my no for the past bare 1 year and some months no nan ebo no e wo from esen de beto ye e de bentia ye wo no ma ba miensa eno ne egina so e de edi edwa e fa sa fa ngo ho e wo man mu bako e ye exchange rate no bako ya mansan bo e na ebio e ye taxes are edaso obi yeye no kra na wo hwe the stability of the cedi na eno sunsunsanso ena npon se ebo ne kosoro ekodu ba bi a ema Ghana fo yen feeling it say the wa o weso bia e feeling nti obi me die mejitu mu say the aban aye in the past 1 year no ehia commendation na mom ya wono ma bi wo ho a there is more room for improvement. Even Bank of Ghana and Kasakra admitted say some of the losses going forward no they have to do certain things a ebetumi ama ya mitigate na cost no and I say the loss will reduce na emom eno so emekere say no ma was aban eyema omanfo e benefit no yenye because what ye ka we nyina achi no na ye babeto ya ye levy every wo betting levy ye every wo emission levy ye every wo ni nyina no. What have we done? CCI can say no fee stress. I promises say Ghanaian children na omubeko school into a suku suapomu na omo mbeko first ya ban be for mo hoka no aban afa. Yes, say people living with disability omo ko suapon ya be fa hoka na aban afa adwuma wura a yesusu say ade ba ko ye critical for national development ye nyuma na nyi obi anso na benya aban adwuma into entrepreneurship ade ehia me nua rekaje de nti kra na want me anya ho kwan ama no adwuma na ye de ama no so a ye gusu a sisi a ya sha se a ye disbursement. This is the same economy that is supporting all this aid. Under the same economy, and they are launching the primary health care. The implementation is taking shape in phases. No, into obi, no say Bank of Ghana abokabi. Na saka na wabono. Enye mra edi kanya Bank of Ghana ebo saka ni. Emre bi etwa mu no Bank of Ghana ebo saka ni bia na so manfo no anhye da enya so mfaso bia we de Bank of Ghana boka wankotwa $40 billion cedis ama government. Bank of Ghana through onwane policy a emra ma ho kwan. So one share now on stabilizing economy, one share now financial stability, maintenance of policy rate. Nisa no money nyina what did to akwa no aboa ama oman for so ahenhan omo into obi we nya nkomo a me de me madwe mu no e wo se etwe ne srani abasa because se eyeye ena sa course ya abaya ye ka ho asemu wo obi wanya so mfaso menia panyin safo anya so mfaso a me so ameti ya menya so mfaso da ne anka ye ntwe ne tintin te say na no fo ya omoye ya obi anya so mfaso a yesan so bo ho ka yesan so etuetu ahoto bebre when the cost the Ghanaian people have benefited from it.
Very well. Mama na say kojon safo ayenti
minya say obi ka say Bank of Ghana ayadia yenya so mfaso a da ben na krum ha asembisi ya etimamufo enya so mfaso minya ya na NDC for no mo kasa ya no mo review o mo ho kakra yeti krum hai sa wo hwe ye debt stocker NDC for kasa bia no mo de eneka ena DDP aba debt forgiveness na no ya nye debt forgiveness for an MPP aban nkwa eka oboyo. President Kufuor Breso ye ko HEPIC. Yenya debt forgiveness. After HEPIC no ena ye papa Atamios befaye Ekosiisen 2012. Ena ye papa John Dramani Mahama GM1 FIA from 2012 to 2016. By the time why ye call DDEP na COVID see Russian Ukraine war by a car near day na a song intina na ye room to breathe. Now you feel say a cano you need room I bit me piasa akanintino. You call IMF for policy and they are saying say look yen share your car you know na you breathing space no sa cano na nye MPP for car omoboto honkwa wo na eye car ya boto ho nyina bepem that time no eno na ye koye hu DDEP. President John Dramani Mahama first term 2012 to 2016 a car or boy ye to ho eye ene uhwe ye car ye da ho before 2024 no na 21.2 billion in the 4 years of John Dramani Mahama NDC, right? From 2012 to 2016, Omo Bobusia 21.2 billion, which is 43% of your total debt stock. Nanadu 8 years, Obo Bobusia 18.7 billion, which is only 38% of our debt stock. Nanadu 8 years, Busia boy. Any John Dramani Busia 4 years, the first 4 years, no, John Dramani NDC 2012-2016 is more than what the MPP did in 4 years, in 8 years. Enti samo bossa kane toho na obiaba na oye ho adwuma na yare etise aba COVID na yakọ Russian Ukraine na Ghana ho kyeraba na yakọ for debt structuring na enye MPP kankwa na ekoye destruction ekana momo bottle ho 2012 to 2016 which is 43% of our debt stock no and also ka ho na ekoye destructuring na obi wa minka se minchro Governor Siama on one kasano he is disappointed in himself. Say ubetumi abo ni tape ye ni swearing in no. What was that tape no?
Mate, I've listened to that tape.
Thank you.
Okay, so be making sure.
Or say the priority. Governor Siama yes swearing in no. Or say the priority is to reverse the negative equity to positive equity. On one priority. So today, Governor Siama is disappointed in himself. But you see, Obi, me feel say ya can't ama friend is saying numbers no, ya the numbers no aye yankofu bebre ma ayo mansu hu ma yenin ko mi kakra ni etiefo enin ko mi kakra. And this is what some catch say it doesn't matter emfa hu sika wo be say no as long as ya the inflation about 3.2. Emfa hu sika ya say no as long as dollar edru 10. But as some of them busa NDC for ni say sa sika na almost say no hwan mu ni tua say sika no ya timemfo ya. There is an agreement between Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance say as of January they have signed an MOU say they will recapitalize the Bank of Ghana. Ministry of Finance office kawe enya eto ayen yetua enti wo de wo feel say eni no robbing Peter to pay Paul. Yes, dollar abafom. Ye ma menum ne papa no mo kofa spare parts kran yo maba no. Dollar na abafom no okoduru porter. Otua 10 cedis a ene so otua 200 cedis because AI si ho. Me ma me kofa potomanto free China. No otua 93,000. The same goods arrived, he's supposed to pay 350,000. $20 na o se abafom na o de kofa adwuma ne ba he do. Emfaso na wo so any day. Why are you na identity and then oje tax akese? Oje tax akese because of a kabise na obogu hodo. Obi, hwe mami ka sem kitu abi hwe. Say you feel say yeti kroni mu. Na ye de eka ebeto yanim. Na bibia ye bia no ya ma eka eda yanimu a. Everything bi dibe bia no e cost 90. Ekusi 0. Because ene say okase ukodwaso. Naso bisi dollar abafom dollar mba afom mosimo de free 24% aba 3.4 wow kasa no minwe kasa no o say enam COVID ni Ukraine war into inflation could do 54%. MPP the inflation from 54% about 24%. How many points is that? 30 points. So 30 points now the inflation free. 54 about 24 no. How much did it cost the nation? Yen fair non to chain. Ye ba bemu 2017. Now inflation ye 14.7. Nanado the first term from 2017 to 2019 or the inflation free 14.9 about 7.1 single digit. Inflation was single digit until 2019 a COVID by a cost saying. In fact, 2017 Bank of Ghana a positive equity of 2 billion or a faso 2 billion into unya positive equity. 2018 Bank of Ghana a faso of 2 billion positive equity. 2018 2019 omeki 5 billion in faso, right? Positive equity. Obi at the inflation every 14.7 about 7.1. Emma Bank of Ghana to me a day SN faso with positive equity. Enti modie moba abemu bia mufu say ye di sika ene ye bibia. Obi say ye di sika ene ye dia. Then where's the innovation? See if you say ye ba abemu now we can throw money at everything there. And this if one kwani abanya omoba they think money solves everything. Oh, you hear coin, you hear way $10 billion. Hey, how are you going to fund 10 billion? Yes, oh, yeah, the royalties betuya, yeah, the oil, yeah, the gold royalties betuya, yeah, the oil royalties betuya. Me could you pokuma tana say I am shishimu, I am kontano. Sa 10 billion no using sa MEF for royalties no 80% to consolidated fund using the the revenue from oil, the petroleum revenue consolidated fund ABF says sikana and looking at the about to 2025 yeah the 11 years in between sa 10 billion no and NDC for ama contract up to $10 billion. In 4 years, they will not have that money. Uye calculation unless say President Mahama catch them and say, oh, my pager means Marco Bobusian to contract for Kadia. Fine. Any Okobobusian to contractor for car. But a ye car or the Obatoma a Chirimbano and Abitia. This is the same NDC government that came 2012-2016 Omoboka 21 billion at 43% of our current debt. Any Makoye Musuo there be DDEP, yes, DDEP no is both NDC and MPP because more 21 billion I'm born in 2012. I can DDEP no. Until mama mo nyane say DDEP no MPP nkwan na DDEP. The debt is the both political parties, MPP and NDC. Yen aba ba mu abeboka to ayekoye debt restructuring.
But he makes the point, sir. Sawoshan komo we ya ye DCC ana. Don't just focus on the loss. See the loss as a cost for stability. Ghana for nyina say money edge home because the inflation above from cedi to dollar is stable kakra for a long time. Amo mutimi predict any sanyo man. In the see it as a cost for stability. Of course, we can disagree on value of the loss. Said the all can say 15 billion. No, meaning say
15.6.
No, meaning say why legal accountancy in the at least or appreciate statement of financial position. Yes. When you go into the reporter, it is not 15 billion, but that's another.
Let's give
argument.
That to them.
That's another argument. But no, Kase, whatever that loss may be, the cost for stability Ghana for enjoy.
And make us say this is not the first time Ghana enjoy stability. And make us say 2017.
But the numbers now are historic.
No.
3.4% inflation.
Obi. What's the difference between a 7.1 and 3.4 inflation? What's the difference? You see, sa inflation na omo ye no 3.4 no. Ya say onzo all kasa or de Israel Iran war be shemu. Ye kan Russia Ukraine say there be omo ntiase. All kasa no or the Iran Israel America war be shemu. Look, the media numbers will come. Media numbers bar ubehu say 1 they are not meeting their targets. 2,
in terms of revenue,
they are not meeting their targets in terms of revenue. The economy is slowing down. open market operations that Bank of Ghana and in mopping up liquidity from the market, a doom jana war economy, it has slowed down the economy. So the growth, you kind media budget now, look out for manufacturing growth, look out for service growth, and look out for other growth. Agric input the mobile no money she, but now the investment and PPI in 2025 you saw the growth in agric. It was only a policy a mass growth, So it's the historical growth, historical investment that is giving that growth. But the economy on the whole will slow down. And it's slowing down and not because of the war. It's slowing down because of actions a Bank of Ghana taking here in mopping up liquidity. And you could do my sister chrome. Scanaway. You see, and you want me to see. Enter make us a sassam no more kasi yen economy no enya no credit say. And you want me to see cost of living a high. So cost of living a higher. Inflation no is only a mathematical number. It's not reflected on cost of living. And today school fees kosoro. And you want be brave kosoro. And today pay me obi pay. Oh, share pay right now can't tell over bonus so. Pay 10 cedis nimbio. Pay a 15 and 20 cities. I didn't think a pay could do 15-20 cities. Next me, man, PC I made no mean pen so because we need 15 cities. Assembly in say cost of living is high. Enti oma ye adwumamufo ye tuo mokano akatua enso. This year at the beginning of the year, I'm quite negotiation no. Ye na yet increase am the ma adwumamufo, right? Enti workers are getting less money. And now the cost of living ekosrunti no. Almost until there is less money in the market. That's one. Omo to me bank akoje bosia. No kakraba umbotum president Adaruma also unyeska utumi di be e side check ni sa nyoma no. On spread the wealth no. And bank emma obi abosia and a side check akunya bi. According to in the voice of JM. But what you say? Oh, that's all no one can. Me kind the voice of JM no be a chess say nyame kuju make JM na kan. Enti enyuma menu asi okronim say obi say the make no cost of living was wrong. Enti obo workers seek nso wo. 2 anka dwumafo anko metumi akọ bank akọje bosia na anka bank abom bosia no. Commercial banks no will rather give the money to the Bank of Ghana and get interest from the Bank of Ghana, which is the open market na ye kan wasem no. Dan so nis kan matimemfo. Enti na ne no sika eni krom no. Because there are farmers, there are omo tonyoma ekotunyoma free ekuafo ho. So now there is no money. And to kojomo yes sikani krum yen pade no. It's as a result of Bank of Ghana nyoma na omaye no. And if you have inflation at 3.2, dollar at 11, how good is that ene ukojaswa? Kotudu kojakesiem ko asaf market ko Rollins Park ko Kaneshi. Yen pade. And it's not, you see, yet not radio using TV so kasa. And listen for if you say a MPP for ne kasa. It tells you the arrogance of power. They are removed from the realities of the nation. Obia bekatro say yantadie. Adintra sika any krum. And you have mopped up what's the sike wo krum nyina kogu Bank of Ghana eji ho insi ho. Osio the inflation about 3.2 yemu ensemaye. What you think say obi sanka sika kakra wo krum. Nanka mema yembento asem kakra. Nanka yetumi abo live ne atonyoma na in the voice of JM side chicks what to be. Anka yemanyoma ento. So you need to balance it. That 3.2 and 7.1 no. There isn't much of a difference. You could have kept your inflation at 8 and still achieve what you want to achieve. But see, the OECD countries who have inflation at 3.1 no, they don't expect a growth of more than 4% though. But you can't be a developing nation like Ghana who expect growth of more than 6% and want to have inflation at 3.2. Onze mema ye ko shop ne ko to sheta ye nsusu o kwa oso mu ye next size 17. Yeah, the next size 17 ma wa shet in the shower echo adintra because there are certain parameters it comes with a next size of 17. There are certain parameters that comes with inflation of 3.2. Ghana, we don't have those parameters. So having just one of the thing, no, all the others are failing. That is where the problem is. And NDC for no, they don't understand these things. They don't. And the reality on the ground is that a man can phone or moji. A man can phone the old dollar above form, inflation above form. How is that and no ahead then ye mama ni ye papa no how is that faring with them?
Yeah, how that is faring with them, and it's the rate at which our prices be costro and costro.
Yes, prices being. You see, that's the mistake I did. Be my kind of platform. They say, "Many Dr. Alasan, it was our problem, no."
Yes.
And you man bang and no basket in him. Maybe and you man you say me can't pay us pay any basket in him. School fees, means our basket in him. But oko come so na free senior high school. And member you be bromasis no primary school and the biggest problem yes secondary school. Problem kesi one cry ha any ku kesi un primary school. And obi anfa the bank side to be. And obi a adwuma the back primary private school. Enti sa nyoma no ekosoro electricity akwa by in 2025 electricity went up by 28%. So how are you saying said inflation is at 3.2? And Obi, there is this natural thing year on year in Ghana. For nothing at all. I feel super Obi atunyumem. I don't know how if you see it.
Yeah.
And you're natural. Oh, last year me told you say you did bro we now aba manfaka kranka ho. It's a natural thing. It might not be as high. Another big problem Omo Shenkan our Bank of Ghana should address is coins in go for
NGB especially one peso
coins and oko baby bra say NG coins and no equity a lot of problem because adie no se nipa no onin sisandia now around the up me pa short ya say onin sisan no around the up
for na year say o betu mu no now who sell the budget 60 pesos and not 70 pesos. So because on your coins in one city, which is outrageous.
So
3 pesos more. That's a lot.
That's a lot of money. So it's your man. Yes, it's your man. Affecting in the Bank of Ghana had a lot of these things to do. It is also just near your education be near to make sure but the reality on the ground is that
Obi.
Yeah.
It's
true.
Oh, we
have 10 minutes more to wrap up.
Okay, wait, 5 now. I was a position and said DS in the Bapao. Because the who are senior, I can't serve no. Simple. And we hear no more Bank of Ghana 48 billion any the moment. And now I say, yeah, there is Sika Kwan away your dream. And we are mobile. Amote das abrano mama mokraso. No money nam. Now be one year 2.5 billion near diabohu momume. Near kwaya see kwenya 3 billion.
But engineers someone can reset too. Mo can reset. Ben dey be yan say mo can reset no. Ye mu binim say okay fine. E be anyo be anko yi no. Anka mo ba na nka abo yen say mama.
So yeah reset.
Oh reset no moja. Oh the reset no moja. Reset is you give it up on the reset.
Senior na me dey wasem na waka say yes kura wonim ho no sebe wadwenim ho nti wasem ne bia na me twade ye dase say the one wo kan say yenuanom NDC fo no they don't know it and bibia mo peska me say rokojo he's still his civil society organization elements and no dey fine but what has MPP need dia bra they wa kan dey enye adwuma because entie bia na mo firi abam no records na mujaye no asempa ene de na nyepie when eba bank kura na ye kokwaje bosia wo ha obi meni wonim say interest rate ene abafom but that said no o kan sembi say enoma bi wo ho a enka basket no ho na say no kra ba kope MPP for mbe di opposition na mama na kwaye say sabe nyansabo akwa monko na wiase nyansa nyina mo akekere di akwa opposition because emra na mo ho inflation no ma ye the indicators na no ma war basket ni mu no na wo ho brands sign intia na no na mo ho ne kodu 54 wo say ye mo yensem mamu because mo to me at by 30 percentage points am number 23 now you tell us say sisi na what 3.2 ne de ye misa na de ba mu ne wom oh na motive 54 na about 23 na de be mu na ne wo look yanka no kre abanya etisui is doing something right especially on our economy na no mana e koso no
the baby cost ebeba. In common ye say, for instance, you say even domestic gold purchase program no say a kaba bear 9 billion, but 2024 year they bought less, extremely less. There was a cost of about 5 billion. Mebwa obi. Mebwa so be catch them say asema pedro okay. Inti relatively no
omu deny say any audited report but that cost.
But it is a fact say there was a cost for the domestic gold purchase program, both for gold for oil and gold for reserve. You share the current regime here. You share normal bit to say a choir ye faso a manage the city. In a way, you have an argument. Say, oh, obi echo drum na normal bo akosoro kakra, but obi you pointed out to him. Yen kano kre, yen yina ye to normal wodwem. E mire bi duye na the rate at which na ekono. Enye sa neti ene. Eno so eye plus because eye omanfo no ene nya sa amfaso no. Inti economy die aban bia ba it is expected na medical kachira woro say normal bo ebe kosoro kakra ba ye de ye ba ye no kra no normal bo no e sha se na eba from ebi so ejinai na kakra bi mo so enso ema akosoro. We have become victim of our own success. And normal ejina ye no MPP need to make sure say when they say fuel akosoro. Meanwhile time no mo ba in 2017 no now 1 gallon enye 17 enye 14 cedis na omujai 1 liter enye 14 no omujai no ombe toy somewhere up around 1.2 ameboa enso mo kono na do 14 obi aba 1 year twem bosom bi okra beda so wo de 14 na ba 13 na fi 13 na ko 13.3 na wo momo kasa. Meanwhile, the world market price now time now man ko 14 and enye pia ebrosa. So it means somebody is doing something right. Inti kodo no kra sa mamuo na mobuye no mo toto normal basa and Ghana for who say ye ba ebetumi a reset ntia na wankasa kra ogitum say e wo say ye reset no because anka bibia ye anka meji say reset no kra wo so but the truth of the matter ni say reset no e koso na e koso de wa ye pe no no enye si amomo pe no because wo wasa de mfie nwotwe wa ma ye mfie ba ko ni bosom kakra ye guso ye de no ma etoto na akwamu okoba na wasanso abe wo de bibia be bom ase na ngofo yo mo ka asemi enye omo na na anu ya kika mo ka Bank of Ghana boy ye nyina eye be 61.4 billion no ene 15.6 omo aye press conference be edu because na say apan ba ye na nka na anu abai
so omo aye ba kope
obi na so why bi why ba ko na was Wednesday omo sanso aye bio ene so mo ko media to because on say unya ruling party Oma scandal why ye diama na wunya bi obi woti asem kakra bi adon say wafa the World Cup and no be name before ye because obi a wo Bank of Ghana wo ba mu a Bank of Ghana extra 48 billion ama wo wie ye enu nti no na wo say ye domestic debt exchange program say ne be ya 13 billion ye be e betete no ye wie ye sanso aboka ewo wa penso asa aka no omanfo no enya so mfaso bia aban foforo aba ayiyi to bi mu afri omanfo ne so eno osanso a stabilize Ghana ye cedi no ne MPP for din komoni bia na wadran wa bisa se ene na sembe na no mo ka kire ye no because ene omo ka kire se inflation kura o ma ne ba from bebra mfaso bia ni so exchange rate no so kura no o ma ne ye stabilize bebra na se e ba what devalue meanwhile Emra no mampanyim Akufo-Addo oyo candidates opposition leader Samra no na $1 eye just 1.8 cedi osi cedi na hata dodo nene kura na ye mpo yesi ya de amema dwimo ebetimi aba mo no number 10 omo wia no maka kire say ye devalue no da obi na ye 1.8 osi cedi na hata nti anu nti wo de ba omi eba so you ask yourself na ba omi ansem no mo can do they really mean it sanko no oba obehwe exchange rate okache say covid levy anko bo be yefri and ye free wo mo se ye nya revenue was obeyi betting levy free wo me
ko me fa 2 minutes
anka me because the aye dey na kwese obi a what play mu a wo ma ne konko wo fo nti ma me land me fa runway ni so na me si from kakra won nti obi enkomo na me di ewie no omo ka sa nko mbe yi betting levy free ye free wo mo se scan ye be fa no so amaga na for dream say ba wo me dey they didn't mean them
na yen ka say they don't mean a promise but me can say be sure o de is that me can me na me pe timemfo am no mu di nkomo obi se na how wo Ghana na cost of living e was soro because na inflation 54%. Yeah, the inflation is 54% by 24%. But I'm saying no crampon because I know that's still how Ghana. Fine, let's agree. Don't you think say ankeneya inflation every 24% about 3.2 no? Anka how na nanka ho afra say no ankene anka swati. Is that what is happening in Ekosiisen Krumha? You go school no say kaya. One if this is equals to this, if more, less device. And known as he say na achi wo no timamufo enhwe wo masetena mu hwese okay fine yam fa ne say MPP time no inflation is 54% na how e Ghana how na utim 2024 no the cost of living usika na enso nyoma no ene usika no eso ama usevu bi de kwa krase koma ma ana. Those are the simple things we want Ghanaians to understand. And yes, yatena opposition tinyansa na badodo there be look asama na wo kan about Dr. Baumia kanyoma bi no. Dr. Baumia's proposal was to change our tax system in Ghana. You pay betting tax, you pay way okaya. Dr. Baumia can say obema 3% of our GDP to the private sector to finance. So the deficit, no, it means a buying coffee to finance the deficit. Dr. Baumia wants to give the deficit to the private sector. NTCAC hospital, private sector senior rent, ye tokasa, private sector Tony Lisi, and they go ayano baye, or makoto a Metro Mass cars bibre. Metro Mass, the motomo crani go home in your passing and service. So why don't you give it to a private sector? Maintenance in a car. Need would you say, car need see a council and our service or lisi. The idea, Medimanusia, ye pon, Timemufontia say. Ye aban se onfa na dwene emudo emubuman ye nyi aban se omra na onfa timamufo sika emeye mento asem
Kojo Pokun Safwa ena yeten in Kano energy consultant and a member of the New Patriotic Party and Frank Pedro Asare Esquire or a director mineral titles Minerals Commission on also Moterin. Sorry, I'm